Hello and good morning to you watching Sewing Street this sunny Sunday morning. I say sunny, it was dark when I came to work this morning. Welcome along. We're going to be live here for the next 4 hours. I'm on my own this morning. Should have been joined by Janice, but she's not very well at the moment. So if you're watching from home, Janice, thanks for doing all the prep for 2 of the shows for me. And we hope that you get better soon. Now, if you're brand new to Sewing Street, we are the only live, dedicated sewing channel in the UK. And in fact, I go as far to say in the whole wide world, to be honest. So for us, it's all about the sewing, whether you're a quilter, a dressmaker, a homemaker, a bag maker, a craft sewer, we've got something for everybody. And certainly throughout the day to day, I think we're covering a lot of genres. There's quite a bit of bags, and we've got some panels, and we've got some fabulous fabrics coming up as well. Now, if you'd like to be part of the show and get in touch with us, it would be lovely to hear from you. So a couple of ways you can do that. You can either go to our email address, which is studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can go to our Facebook page. Now, we're not live on Facebook at the moment, still being sorted, but if you go to the Facebook page, not the fans one, the regular Facebook page, and go to the community section, you can leave me a message there. And I've got my phone on in the studio so I can pick up your messages and say hello and look at your pictures and see what you're up to. And of course, answer any questions if you like. So either Facebook or by email. Come and let us know what you're up to. Have you got any UFOs? What you've been busy doing? Are you sewing in the sunshine? Have you got any questions for me? Then do come and let us know. Right now then, if you're new to us, hello. Every morning at 8 o'clock we go live and we bring you a very special offer, either for the duration of the day or until we sell out. And today we're looking at colouring in. Look what we got. Textile markers, and we've got a panel for you as well to colour in. Now, you're making savings here, and there is method in our madness when we give you these savings, because for £18.90, that's £5.90, that's a big saving for us. £5.99 saving, you've got £3.95 postage. Now that £3.95 postage is a one-off for the day. So if you come back to us later on and you want to order something else, we're not going to charge you any extra postage all the way through till midnight tonight. And that's whether you are looking at anything in the live show, or if you wanted to order off the website, or off Jewellery Maker website. Hello, or part and parcel we are, you know. Right, so this one has a bit of wizardry. We've got witches' hats, unicorns, magic keys, magic books, fairies. So this is the Colour Me and Panel fairy tale. Loads of fun. The textile markers you get in are permanent. Just give them an iron and that's not going to wash off. So the kids, I say the kids, you will spend ages colouring these in, enjoying every second of it. And then you can use it either as a complete panel, make a bag out of it, make a cushion cover, or cut the elements out individually and use them as a plique. That's how big it is. So you've got a good old size there, it's 140 by 50 centimetres. Oh, we've got a pumpkin carriage and the apple with a bite out of it. Lots to look at on here. Magic potion bottles, a cauldron, toadstool houses, a tree with a smile on its face. In fact, even the dragon's happy, look. There's nothing evil about this one. This is really nice. So this is one of the panels, but you're actually getting 2. This is the second one. And this is all about rockets and space. And it's upside down. There we go. I suppose they can go up or down, can't they? Same with astronauts. I'd be so tempted to put faces in those masks. Telescopes, stars. I can see Jupiter and Saturn and the Earth, and that's about as far as I can go. Shooting stars. That's going to be loads of fun to colour in, isn't it? All 100% cotton. These are unique to Sewing Street, so you can't get them anywhere else. And you can order as many as you like as well. So if you're thinking Christmas presents, nice to get a little bit crafty at Christmas, isn't it? Get the kids involved. So if you want to go for a couple, still only that 1p&p all day long, remember, which is a great deal. Right, so Worth keeping in stock for half term. I know they've only gone back to school, but it won't seem like 5 minutes until they're back saying, what can I do? I'm bored. Let me see if we've got any messages from you yet. So they're on community. Who do we have this morning? Oh, we've got Alan. Morning, Alan. Alan's bought the Elizabeth bag. Now then, we have the Elizabeth bag in the 10 o'clock show, which is this one. And yes, I will be demoing it. So he wants to know how to put together from Alan. Oh, and your nan's much. Oh, I'm really pleased. Alan's nan had a fall last week. It was a bit worrying. So I'm glad she's better, Alan. That's on Facebook on the community page. Remember, come and let me know who you are if you're there. We'll tick off the register. It is Sunday morning after all. Oh, and remember the rules, okay? Saturday mornings, Sunday mornings. 2 metre social distancing from household appliances. I am including lawn mowers now, okay? Just until 1 o'clock. Boris says. It's my uncle Boris. You know, of course it's not the Prime Minister, but Boris says. So you can make yourself a cuppa. The kettle's the only appliance you're allowed to touch, and come and sit down and have a nice little sewing Sunday morning. Or you can use the toaster as well. And of course the fridge, because the milk will be, and the butter will be in the fridge. So 3, but no dishwashers, no washing machines, no lawnmowers, certainly no vacuum cleaners, no dusters, no iron, unless you're sewing, of course. That's just it's not. That's nothing to. That's just the rules. That's just what it's like. Right, we've got loads of panels for you. This is my cow creamer kitchen set. If you haven't, let me open this up and show you because they're huge. If you haven't seen before, these are based on a collection of cow creamers that I collect. I've got lots of them all hanging up in my kitchen. They have been photographed by my husband, who's a photographer, and it's handy. And then digitised by Tom, who's also named said cows. So this is Bessie, Clarabelle and Betty Sue. And then I've designed a whole kitchen set for you with a tea cosy, oven gloves and pot holders. Now, if you're frugal, you'll be able to make 2. Because if I just show you, see, new studio, it's huge. It's not big enough, is it? It's not big enough. Oh, all of the horse riding centre, the helipads that way, the manicure, the beauty centre, the gym, the swimming pool, it's all behind here. So I was getting questions yesterday saying, where is it? It's all behind there. Yes, we do have a secret door. We've got a secret trap door as well. So if I say something wrong, I'm going to disappear down here. Okay, just don't, I'm being told don't touch the red scissors, okay, because we'll just be gone. Oh, that's so tempting, isn't it? All right, so this is, in fact, this is a spare piece, but we have the front and the back. This is just the tea cosy. And then this is the lining, but the lining's really pretty. And it's a shame when you make the tea cosy that the lining's on the inside, isn't it? So if you used your own fabric on the inside, you could actually make another tea cosy like this. Reversible tea cosy. Why didn't I think of that before? So you could have another tea cosy like that, or you could have the cow on the front and the lining on the back, and then again use your own fabric. So although this is designed to make 1 tea cosy, 1 pot holder and 1 pair of oven gloves, you could make 2. You might need some more bias binding. This is the bias binding strips. They are cut on a 45-degree angle, so because you'll need that, because you'll need to go around a curve when you're applying it. We're filling in spaces as well. So the large cow here is just spare. There was a white space, so we thought let's stick a cow in it, as you do with white spaces. So that's a plique, so maybe that could be a pocket on an apron that you've already got. And you've also got little labels, handmade with love by, which is nice if you're making a gift out of them. So that, you've got all of your instructions in there as well. There we go. Always lose it, don't I? The scissors, I haven't lost a sewing machine yet, but there's always something that gets lost on a Sunday morning. Those are your full instructions with lots of pictures, very simply explained, perfect for a beginner. The only thing that you'd need to add to your order would be maybe some thermolam or insulated wadding. You don't have to have it insulated if you don't want to, but it does help to keep the heat in your teapot if you have a little bit of insulation. So that is the pink. I should refold later. We do have professional folders here now as well, but it's Sunday morning, so I'm saving that up for them. Took us weeks to audition professional folders. Right, so that's the pink. This one is the green. So we've got different cows on the green. I shan't open it all, let me get the idea. So this is Daisy, Dorothy and Penelope. I think Penelope is the posh one. And she's rather aloof. She's the posh one, I'm saying, because she's got her eyes closed and her nose in the air. Don't know about the other two. So same deal. So you've got the tea coats with the pot holder and the oven gloves, but this time in a green background with different colours. I keep forgetting your name, I'm sorry. Somebody put a post on, it might have been on the Stone Street fans page, but on my Facebook page as well, of a pelmet that she'd made out of the other panels, like coordinating the whole kitchen. It looked amazing. And I must get around to doing that myself, because this is what my kitchen looks like. It's full of cows. So that's the cow bit. We do have some panels as well, but we've also got the sewing machine panels. I'm going to make a sewing machine panel in a second, because we've lost the sample basically. We can't find it to show you, so I thought I'd make one. So here we have, now this is here, again, I shan't open it all up. We've got a huge panel that will make a double-sided, fully lined sewing machine dust cover to fit most sizes of sewing machines. I made it to fit mine, and I've got a Janome 660, which is a bit like, no it's not, 6600, which is a bit like the 780. So it's a big machine, and this will fit fine. So that's the colourway, and these are my sewing machines as well. I didn't realise before I started making these panels how much stuff I collect. But yep, these are children's sewing machines on this one, and then these are pockets that go across the front. So we've got a couple of kids' machines, and then that's my Pfister and Rossmann, and one of the little ones again. Pretty, isn't it? Oh, and I collect bobbins as well, old-fashioned bobbins. Now these have all been rebranded, so they don't have the original names on them for copyright, and they've all been rebranded, Debbie Shaw. It's like I've got my own bobbin range. So a dust cover, but not just a dust cover here. You're going to be able to make a drawstring storage bag as well. And I do have that. Found that one, which is this. And again, it's fully lined, drawstring around the top. All of the panels are labelled, so you know where each piece goes. So we've got the bobbin panel around the top, and you'll have grey ribbon with yours, which looks really nice. You get a whole reel of ribbon as well. You don't need that much, but you do get lots left over. Can't find that. Oh, there we go. So a reel of ribbon, and you'll have your H640, and you've got a metre of that. So again, you're going to have some left over. So all of that for £34.99. Consider that's normally £10 on its own. I don't know what you'd pay for ribbon, but that's a 5 metre, yeah, 5 metre reel. And then I'm just going to open this one up so you can see the size. So I'm moving back. We could go widescreen. We can do all of this in here, looking at everything. It's huge. For us, we've been used to a double garage. Right. That's what you're getting. It's massive. And again, you've got a row of pockets there. You don't have to use those as pockets. You could use them as a, make a pincushion out of them maybe. Again, it's got a lining. So this side here is the lining side. And you're not going to see that, are you? Because it's inside. But, so you can make another one. Or you can make a cushion cover out of it. Maybe something to go in the middle of your back when you're sitting sewing. So yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough exercise for a Sunday morning. So we have the green. We've got 3 colours in this one. Not too bad. This one is the lilac. So again, you've got the ribbon and you have the H640. It's just in a lilac-y kind of colour. That one. And those are your pockets. Again, you can use those for, I don't know, a bit of patchwork or something if you wanted to. Don't have to put pockets on it. And then finally, we have the grey. So they've all got the grey ribbon with them, full reel. They've all got the H640. They are different machines, actually. So again, this one's got the there we go, the children's ones again. The lilac one, that's a Novum sewing machine. It's beautiful. It doesn't work, but I love it anyway. I have some very nice sewing machine ornaments around the home. So again, for £34.99, full instructions, photographed, lots of them, as many pictures as we can, how to make the dust cover, how to make the bag. Lots of you, I know already when we first launched these, we were selling out of them left, right and centre. So I know a lot of you have already made yours up. I'd love to see them. So we don't have the pale pink, but you do have an idea of what you're going to make from them, if you wanted to. So that's that. Should we make up that one? Let's make up that one. Okay. So Alan, the Elizabeth bag again, that's coming up at 10 o'clock. It's a little bit of a different way of sewing a bag together. So I was working with Bosal and came up with this idea of using Bosal shapes as your pattern. So there's no pattern to trace off or draw around or anything like that. It's the easiest way to make a bag that I can possibly think of, and it's a nice size as well. £19.99 brings you the Bosal and everything that you need, Bosal for the handles and everything in there, and you've got the pattern. On the instructions inside the pattern there's a QR code, so that'll take you through to a video. So Alan, if you've got your pattern already, there's already a video there that you can watch, and that's kind of from start to finish. So you just hover your smartphone or your tablet over the code if you've got a QR scanner. If you're not, download one, they're absolutely free, and takes you to the video there as well. So I told you it was a little bit different. So who have we got? Let me do that. Sorry, who was that saying hello? Oh, hi Poppy. Poppy says hello. Can't wait for the bag demos. We can do all of this in here. I know, walking and talking and everything. Right, oh, morning Kirsty. About to carry on with some patchwork while I wait for the other half to get up. It's sunny in North. Oh, I'm glad it's sunny. It was kind of trying to be sunny yesterday at home, but it didn't quite make it. Hi Morag, did you have a busy night last night? Have you got some time to sew this morning? You're on call 7 days a week, so fingers crossed the phone stays quiet. That you must have the one job, Morag's a carer, where you really don't want to go to work. Isn't that right? For a good reason, because you know. Hi Amanda, she's morning Debbie. I hope you're enjoying the new studio. I'm loving it. I'm going to run around later. I'm watching whilst I'm having my first coffee of the day. Did block one of block of the week yesterday. Oh, that's nice. A gift for the full quilt will be my nephew and his girlfriend for Christmas. Oh, and then tell them congratulations. They've just got engaged. Morning Caroline. She says good morning Debbie and all at Sewing Street. In my ear they're going, thank you. Right, we're up to, now I've got another one from Alan. We're still having problems with his waistcoat. Oh Alan, send me a picture. I'm not sure I can help, but send me a picture anyway. Okay. Just before we start, my book's popular. Right, let me just give you a quick mention and then we'll get sewing something. Sewing Room Secrets is a book that I wrote for those of you who are brand new to sewing. If you've never used a sewing machine before, you don't understand the jargon, you're not sure which types of fabrics to use, or threads, or some of the techniques. So in here I've put together a whole list of stuff, from tools that you're going to need, not necessarily the tools that you want, but the tools that you need. And you've got my dog and you've got my cat in there as well, so that's my sewing area. I go through sewing machines, maintenance of sewing machines, sewing machine feet. Again, there are hundreds of different types of sewing machine feet out there. These are the ones that you will use most of all, and what they're for, and needles and sizes and everything. There's a size chart in there for needles. The tools that you're going to need, again, not the ones you want, but they're just the ones you need. Adhesives, fabrics, again, the most popular ones that you're going to use, so it's not a whole Bible of fabrics. But then I'll take you through, waddings, always a minefield. I'll take you through some techniques, like applique, like shirring, adding bias binding, putting zips in, but then the techniques move on to 10 projects. So the most simple one is a heart pin cushion, but it's got a little pocket on the front, so it's a little bit different. After zips, you have a cushion with a zip in the back. We talk about piping, how to put piping around there. So it's not just a manual of techniques and tools. It'll take you through to actually using what you've learned to create some simple projects as well. So if you're learning how to sew, or if you're teaching somebody how to sew, or you'd like to learn how to sew, or you know somebody that does, that's who it's been meant for. So it's like a beginner's machine, sewing machine. And it's only hang on a minute. The RRP is £9.99. They do some good deal. Authors will never be rich, I have to say. Okay, should we do a bit of sewing? Right. So we need to cut these out first of all. I thought we would start from scratch. And I'm going to make the dust cover, which is huge. Now then, I'm going to use scissors because I think it's going to be quicker than the rotary cutter, simply because it's so big. I'd be shuffling it all over the mat. And I will use this as a lining, but again, I wouldn't if I'd bought this at home. I'd use it for maybe a sewing machine mat. You could use the whole thing as a mat, as well as a cover. And the thing with it being a dust cover, it's not made to measure, it's not couture, so it will fit most sizes of sewing machines. Or you can make one for your overlocker, be a bit big. Might have to cut it down a bit. Might not work, but it's just a cover, so it's not fitted, so it's really very simple. That's such a nice noise, isn't it? Oh, apparently the scissors have been recently sharpened. That worked. Do you know the one thing we're missing in this studio? A bin. Still got messy floors. Never mind, the cleaning team will be around after the end of the show, no doubt. Oops, that went a bit wrong. These are on the website, by the way. If you need any scissors, they're on the very first page of the website, and they're only £14.99. That's a good price. Really important tools, your scissors. So take good care of them. Your scissors, your sewing machine, your rotary cutter, ruler, mat and iron, I think, are the most important things in your sewing room. All of equal importance as well. The sewing machine doesn't take priority. Oh, thank you very much. A bin provider has just turned up and provided me with a bin. We have full service here in the new studio. It's not a very busy job, the bin provider, because that's it now, it's out of work, really. Right. You'll have to retrain. It got a good redundancy package, apparently, after that, that 1 minute of work. There we go. Okay, so I'm just cutting out squares, but I just thought we'd start from scratch and see how we go. Little bit of a relaxing Sunday morning, bit of silly sewing, bit of banter. Right. Oh yeah, a bit of music would be nice, music in the background. Because of course we have music in the spa, you know, like the whale music. But we don't have any. Could you give that to the professional folder, please? Thank you. Lilac is your favourite so far. This is the grey one I'm working with. I think these would make a nice gift as well. I kind of got Christmas on my mind. I know we're only in September still, but it sneaks up on us now, doesn't it? So if you know somebody who sews, you could either give the package to them, the bin, as a gift, or you could actually make it up for them. And it's nice to have sewing themed things in your sewing room, isn't it? Right, H640 on the back of this one, just on the one side, and I like to use it on the outside, whether I'm making a bag or anything like this. It's the outside that you feel, so that's where it feels luxurious. You get this included in the kit, remember? So, and you get far too much. Morning, Linda. Sunny in London, apparently. We're going to have a heat wave next week, aren't we? So between, is it Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm hearing? Right. So knobbly side of this facing upwards and iron it onto the back of the fabric. And lots of steam if you have it. See, here in the studio we do have our bin provider who's now retrained as a water provider, so we can put steam in the iron. We got it all going on here. Who else have we got this morning? Oh, go back and go forward and do that. Just catching up with you. It's a lot easier when we were live on Facebook, isn't it? Because all your comments came up underneath and they don't now. You've got to find them all the time. Morning, Linda. Oh, I said morning, Linda. Alex is loving the new studio. I know it's a bit posh, isn't it? It's very nice. And Sue's put a picture. Oh, she's made the panels. They're lovely. And that's the grey one as well, isn't it? It's this one. Really pretty, thank you. Morning, Angie. And the Sewing Street Sunday crew. The crew. We're the gangsters. Yeah, the whole team. There's oh, let me see if I can count everybody. There'll be me and there's Liam producing and Joe and yeah, three. Right, that'll do. Because I'm going to quilt it a little bit as well. So just trim this back. Again, you'll have loads left. And down this one. Woo. Gosh, it's really busy for my Sewing and Secrets book. Oh, thank you. I hope you like it. I did, because you do a bit of research, you know, when you're asked to write a book, just to make sure that nobody else is doing the same thing, because you don't want to look like you're copying. And I found that with a lot of the sewing machine Bible type of things, there's too much information. One of them even went on to different styles of table legs and upholstery, and not the kind of, I didn't want to put you off by things being too daunting. Or a lot of them go straight down the dressmaking route. And not everybody wants to start sewing and become a dressmaker. You may want to be a quilter, you may just want to make things for your home. You may want to be a dressmaker, but that book isn't about anything specific like that, it's more about sewing techniques. If I turned the heat up, it might stick a bit better, wouldn't it? Okay. Oh, we need to cut out the pockets as well. We'll have some pockets on the front. So that's basically the way that it's going to go over your sewing machine. And then I've put some pockets which go across here because I thought that was a little bit plain. So let's do this. And there's even a lining for your pockets as well. Don't like to see raw edges. Don't know about you, don't like a raw edge. Even if it's on the inside of a pocket on your sewing machine dust cover, don't like a raw edge. So again, you can be a lot more accurate if you've got a rotary cutter to cut these out. But you will need a lot of space. They're quite big. Right. And again, don't have to put the pockets on. So you could make 4 little pin cushions if you just had them square and flat. You can make a storage cube out of these. You'd need to add a base to it. But because most of the panels are just square, if you did want to adapt them or make them into something else, then you've got the opportunity to do that. I like versatility, and I like to get my money's worth, to be honest. So there's just no need to go out and buy anything else to go with it, because you're getting the lining and everything. There's nothing that you need to add. Right, we'll do these first. Okay, so let's sew. at the sewing machine where I'm going to sit down and everything. I'll just move the iron so I don't put my foot on that. Sitting down sewing. Right, and I'm using the little 550. Do you want me to shove up a bit so I'm more there? Oh, we're all right. Okay. So, oh. We've got invisible camera ops as well now. So I'm sewing just the top of the pocket right sides together, so straight across the top. You don't need any fancy sewing machine for, oh look at that angle. For these panels, you only need a straight stitch. You don't need to overcast the edges or anything like that. So if you don't have a fancy sewing machine, it doesn't matter. Right, straight across. And then we'll turn it over, whoops, to the right side. And I'm just going to top stitch across the top because I think it looks nice. It gives a nice professional finish. So with the seam at the top, I'm just going to roll it over a little bit because it's quite difficult to get that seam sitting right on the top. But if you just roll it very slightly, it doesn't make this any different lengths or anything like that. In fact, just sew the bottom as well. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sew it into a tube. So let's sew across here first. So I was thinking of putting the pocket right across the bottom, but I think I'll put it a little bit further up. And I'd press this normally before I sewed it, but I'm sitting down now and I'm not getting up yet. So stop there. It's much easier sewing sitting down. So again, just rolling that top bit over, only slightly, less than 1 millimetre. And top stitch, and that holds the pieces together. But it looks more finished as well, I think, with a bit of top stitching. There we go. And then we're going to turn this over, right sides together, and sew across the bottom. So we've got a tube. And it's just 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So you can pin this if you're new and you want to make sure that you've got the edges together, but it's quite simple, I think, not to use any pins. And then we'll turn this the right side out while I check who else is there. I like to know you're all here on a Sunday morning. So Sewing Street, Community. Who have we got? Oh, hi Hazel. Hope coffee machines are okay. She doesn't want to upset Boris. I think coffee machines are going to be fine. It's on the same kind of par as a kettle, isn't it? As long as you're not cleaning the coffee machine, I think we're okay with coffee machines on a Sunday morning. But thank you for asking. You know, we like to get things right for Boris, don't we? Right, so I'm just going to give this a press. Our camera operator apparently is called Jeff. Yet to meet him, to be honest. He's very cleverly operating these cameras remotely from somewhere or other. Very quiet, insignificant. Can't really see him. All right, so this is going to go on the back. But it also means that when you've got the pocket on here, you can use this as a sewing machine mat. So machine goes on here and then pocket drops off the edge of your table, so you can keep your bits and bobs in there. The measurements for this will be on, I don't need the ironing board, will be on the instructions. So let's pin that on there. I'll clip it on there. Like so. And then I'm going to sew straight across the bottom and then down each one of these pockets. Remember when you're sewing the top of a pocket here to reverse backwards and forwards a couple of times, because that's where there's going to be any strain on the seam and we don't want the seam coming undone. So let's sew across the bottom first. Measure that and make sure it's nice and straight. Moving cameras and everything. I do the stitch a little bit longer on this one because you tend to find when you're sewing with fusible fleece on the back, it slows the machine down a bit. It's got a bit of drag, so you can afford to go for a longer stitch. So quite close to the edge if you can. And then we'll do the pockets. So I'll just sew the very top of the pocket here just to hold it in place so I don't need the clips anymore. So that's within the seam allowance. And then we'll do the pockets. I find when I'm doing pockets like this that if I start from the bottom and sew to the top and do the same on every one of them, if the fabric's going to bunch up at all, it flattens it out. If you're sewing from this side down, sometimes you can get a bit of this going on. By the time you get to the end, you've got a bit of a pleat. So let's do it the other way so that's not going to happen. So a bit of backwards and forwards and straight down the centre. And backwards and forwards, and I'm only guiding the fabric. That's something you find with a lot of beginner sewers will try and push or pull the fabric as it goes under the machine. You've got feed dogs under there, that's what they're for, so don't worry about that. It's just guiding and keeping flat. So we go backwards, forwards. Oh, Pauline, are you confused? Why is Pauline confused? How I'm reading messages, right. I am on the Sewing Street Facebook page, not the fans one, okay? So Sewing Street TV, and then you go to community. So as you come down, it says home, post, reviews, videos, photos, events about community. And when you get to community, then you can write a post. And you can read what everybody else is saying, like Melanie Jane is in Southampton. She's loved watching the show in the new studio. And Linda says, loving the little girl's dress at the side of you. Is there a pattern for it? No, actually. This is made by Anne, who's one of my design team. When I first made the panels, I just sent them out and said, make what you like with them. We do have the bobbins panels, if you have a look on the website. Just look for, if you put my name on, everything that I do just comes up. And it's underneath today's show as well, if you go to the website. But no, she makes patterns up. It's really pretty, isn't it? But yeah, sorry about that. So Hazel, have you made your coffee? Are you back? Coffee machines are okay as long as you're not standing watching them, okay? Right. So a little bit of backwards and forwards there. And snip. And under there. And then back this way. So it's getting quite bulky under here, but that's okay, I'm just keeping this flat. Straight down the centre. Now if you wanted to add some embellishments, a little button at the top of each one of those corners would look nice. Or a bow maybe. Alright, that's that. And then again I'm just going to tack over that top corner, just so I can take the clips out without it flopping around. Now we could put, where are we? Oh no. We do, so I'm talking to myself now. There is a, just excuse my top of my head. There is a spare sewing machine on the panel. So if you wanted to cut that out and use it as a piece of applique on the side here, I think that would be nice as well. If you wanted to use all of the bits from the panel, that would be a good idea. I would have a look on the website if you don't have any already. Cut quite close around it, but put some heat and bond on the back so you've got some fusible adhesive. Fuse that to the back first of all, then cut around it, peel off the paper backing, iron it on there, and you probably wouldn't even need to sew over it, but I think it's quite nice to do so. And then that'll just kind of decorate it a little bit of embellishment. Right, now all of this ribbon that you've got, you do need some for the bag. but you certainly don't need this much, like 5 meters worth, but that's what you're getting anyway. So let's do that. Again, your accurate measurements are all in the instructions. We need 4 pieces like this, and that. So, and then, you know, you've got the instructions. In fact, you're watching how to make it now, but I haven't given you the sizes. You could actually make a template from any of these. I think a lot of you have done with the bag. Just bear with me. I can run around the studio. Because if you trace off the shapes, then you can make more bags. So this is make a nice little lunchbox. You could use some insulated fabric on the inside maybe, or something like a PUL, which is a very soft laminated fabric, the kind of things that you find on baby changing mats. Use that on the inside to make it wipe clean. And then you can make these, well, you can make as many as you like out of your own fabric. So drawstring at the top, and it's got a nice big square base on it as well. Now, if you wanted to make and sell, I don't really care. You do whatever you like. I mean, you've got, as long as you don't sell the panels or any of the patterns or anything like that, I have no problem with you making and selling anything that I've designed, either from panels or from my books. Do look at that if you wanted to do that with anybody else's patterns though, because a lot of them will say for personal use only, and you can get into a bit of trouble if you start selling things. But if it's got my name on it, I don't mind. I quite like you making a bit of money out of me. Because to be honest, it means that, well, you can make a bit more cash, but you might come back and shop with me more. Right, so I'm clipping those in place there. I'm going to sew down the centre, I think, here. But let's just fold this over, just so that I can make sure that the ribbons on the opposite side are in the same position. So facing inwards, like so, and facing inwards, like so. And then again, I'm just going to tack, so just a little stitch within the seam allowance. So, comes together really quickly, doesn't it? Thanks, Jeff. So a little bit of stitchery over here. Oh. And another one here. So now all the clips can come out. So another one here. And you know, dust covers, I think, are so important for a sewing machine. A lot of times, and we are guilty of this as well, you can even spend quite a lot of money on sewing machines and get a bit of plastic to put over it. Nice if you've got a hard cover, but if you've got a plastic cover, I think it's just a bit nicer to make one, isn't it? But if you're not using, in fact, even if you are using the machine every day, it's important to keep it dust-free, isn't it? And you could actually wash this. It is 100% cotton, and your H640 fusible fleece is polyester, so it will go in the wash easily. Right, let's roll this up out of the way, and I'm just going to go straight down the centre. You could quilt it. You could, with a big machine that's on the back, maybe do a little bit of free motion embroidery, and just go around the outline. That'd be nice. And quilting into fleeces like this gives a depth, it gives you definition. Oh, morning Jen, says morning Debbie and the gang, the crew. Nice to see you back on a Sunday morning, thank you very much. And the studio does look good, doesn't it? Really happy to be in here. All right, so, oh look what I've done now. Do bear with me. Just drop something. So, have the ribbons facing inwards. And then these go right sides together. Oh, I should have sewn that down the centre afterwards, never mind. Should have done that when it was all sewn together. that's chatting and gossiping at the same time as trying to work, you see. It never does quite work, does it? And we're going to put some clips all the way around here. Got any questions from anyone? You know, if you've got any problems sewing related, come and let me know. Oh, I'm on the wrong bit there. Can't get your messages there. Who have we got? No, we're all up to date, I think. I think we're up to date. Right, let's have a few clips here. You can pin, just couldn't find them. Right. Just one in the top. I'd normally put quite a few more around there, but you know, you don't want to be sitting watching me clipping stuff all morning, do you? Right. Have you ever tried something completely different, sewing related? I was listening to a podcast this morning on the way into work, sewing podcasts. Not normally the most interesting things, but they had a very well-known dressmaker on, an American lady, and she'd been making backpacks for the first time. And it was really interesting because she was a very experienced dressmaker, very well-known dressmaker, designs patterns and all that kind of thing, a real proper expert dressmaker who was completely confused by backpacks. And she said she loved the engineering of them and trying to figure out how to put the pockets on and how long to put the straps. And she said, which made me smile, and those little things that you put on the straps too, so that you can alter them. I thought, sliders, they're sliders. But it was quite interesting listening to somebody who was attempting a completely different genre of sewing and, you know, enjoying every minute of it. So are you like that? Are you the dressmaker that you're thinking, well, I'd like to have a go at quilting. I've never made a cushion cover before. There are many, many quilters out there that can't sew zips in. Don't need to with a quilt. So are you one of those people that like to try something new? What would it be? Come and let me know. We'll see if we can help out. You never know. So I'm going to sew all the way around here, and I will leave a gap at some point, doesn't really matter where, so that I can turn it the right side out. Now I've got several layers of fabric going on here now, and it is starting to bunch a little bit, and I don't have a walking foot on this machine, so I've got a longer stitch on there again, but if you start to see that happening, like here, I've got a little bit of a lump there, I'm going to pull it just gently and from the back. So I don't want to distort it going underneath the needle. If I pull that too hard, I'm going to break a needle. I'm just easing the fabric so that it meets. So still let the feed dogs do their job, don't rush them. And all I'm doing is pulling them so that they're the same length. Clips come out. Stop with the needle down when you come to the corners and pivot around, and then we'll carry on. So we've got quite a wide choice of sewing machines on the website for you, by the way, as well. So if you're, see I'm going wobbly now because I'm talking. If you are upgrading, if you're using a machine maybe at the moment that you've inherited or you've borrowed and yep, you're hooked, so you decided you want to go ahead and buy one, then do take a look. We only deal with high-end sewing machines, big name brands, and basically just choose your price point because you can rely on all of the machines that we have there. They've all got 2-year guarantees as well, and help and support from either Juki or Elna. So again, I'm just pulling this out a little bit because it is starting to bunch and I want it to lay flat. Into the corner. It's great for a beginner project as well, this one, because all you're doing is sewing straight lines. But I think it's nice as a beginner to produce something that you're going to use or something that you can give as a gift. Right, back down here. Now I need to leave a gap. So let's do that somewhere in the centre like there. Snip off and then carry on. Then, oops, take that out there. Then I'm going to snip off the corners because that'll make them a little bit more pointy when I turn this the right side out. There's my gap. That's that. That's that. And then we'll turn it through. Come on, Jeff, catch up. And use something pointy to push out the corners. I don't know where everything is in this new studio. Got locked out this morning. I thought I was in the wrong place. You come up to the gates because we've got this huge driveway. Of course we have. I didn't bring the helicopter this morning. My pilot was late getting up. And I put the number into the keypad, and then I noticed that there was a big padlock wrapped around the gate, so that was not going to open, is it? And I had a feeling that somebody was playing a trick on me. And we hadn't got a new studio after all, we were still in the old one. It's quite a relief when Joe came running out. Oh, is that the one with the palm trees on it? Jen has left a message with a picture of a backpack. Oh, yes. My daughter designed that fabric with a backpack made from it. Oh, that is so nice, Jen. So that's from my Build a Bag backpack books. That really looks good, doesn't it? Is that the one that you put on Instagram that I didn't see? I'm not very good on the social media thing unless I'm here and then I can't keep off it. So yeah, sorry, but I get loads of questions that it takes me a while to get around to answering. I'll get there eventually. So that's what we've got. So the opening is open. The ribbons, just make sure when you're sewing around there, I didn't say, but make sure those are in. It could even tuck those in the pockets. And then we're going to just give that a press. And then sew around the edge. There we go, and we'll fold that under. And like so. So I'm just folding that in because that's going to make it a little bit easier when I come to sew that closed. And there like that. And then just give that a quick press. So I should have sewn that line then. So that holds the two pieces together. I might do another one. Should I do a decorative? No, that'll take a while. I'll do another row of stitches because I did get that bit wrong. But it's not the end of the world, is it? Right, so where are we? Okay, so that's that. So I say so a lot, don't I? I'm just thinking, all I'm going to do now is to literally sew all the way around the edge. And that will go over that opening and close it. And I will do one more stitch going straight down the centre there, and then it's finished. But I kind of think you've watched me sew in straight lines for the whole hour, that you don't really need to see that as well. So let's pop it on and make sure it works. So this, I say, it was made for my machine, which is a lot bigger than this one. But I don't mind a little bit of a scoop across the bottom. I think that kind of works. So you've got the ties at the side. So just tie those into bows. So that's the one side. And again, I think it's quite useful to have the little pockets on there just to keep even your spare sewing machine feet and things like that. Ooh, ooh. And that is the other side. Just so that you know what's underneath it, in case you forget where your sewing machine is. But then when you take it off, you can then use this as your sewing machine mat, like so. And I'd have this bit with the pockets on hanging off the end of the table so I can still reach everything without it sitting on my knee. Oh, this is what Anne's made for a friend. Oh, that's so, you know, it's so nice to see something that I've come up with that is so personal to me, because they are my actual sewing machines, and then the mat and the bag, something that I've designed, and it's so rewarding to see your pictures come through. I hope you've enjoyed making it. I hope your friend loves it. I think that's beautiful. Thank you. Love to see your pictures. Right, let me show you, because you've been asking about the little dress at the sewing machine, the bobbins panels. So these aren't a particular project, they're just strips of bobbins. So you have these two pieces, and then you've got this panel. Now, the reason I designed it like this, instead of having one in the centre and the others around the edge, I didn't think you'd be using this as a quilt. So I wasn't imagining that you're just going to quilt on top of this. I was imagining you're going to cut this up into pieces and use it for different things, which could be anything from pin cushions, pockets on aprons that you already have, pieces of applique, storage cubes. Again, you could still make one using each one of those kind of sections as the sides. Maybe make an apron for your sewing room, just a little half apron with lots of pockets in it. Could be the seat pads, just things to decorate your sewing room with. So, okay, so that's the pink. Then we have the green one, which is that colour. I shan't open it all out, but you get the idea. So you've still, and they're still branded Debbie Shaw as well, Debbie Shaw bobbins. So different sewing machines on this one, so end on. And they do go very well with your sewing machine set, if you've already got those. Oh, now then. That's the green, isn't it? Is that one the grey? I've got confused now. I think that's the grey, which is a little bit green. And then you've got the green, which is green. So that's the grey. Say that again. That's the grey. And then this one is the lilac. Yeah? Okay. So lilac, grey, green, pink. Have a look on the website, because they're all on there. And in fact, if you do want to order, it's either the website, which is www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order on the phone lines, which is 0800 001 I haven't been here for a week. 0800 001 4433. And that's a local free phone number as well. Right, after the break, we have a bit of bag making. Again, Janice should have been here for the next hour, so she's already made up one of the bags. We're going to be making up another one in the show. So I'll tidy up a little, or I'll have the cleaners come in and tidy up a little bit, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in the school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter. But I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back again. Now this is the bag that we're going to be making in this hour. We've put together 3 bundles for you, so you've got different colour choices. It's been designed by Rebecca Reed, our new presenter, and it was going to be demonstrated by Janice, but so we need to say get well soon to Janice. She's not here today, but she has made this sample up so that you can see what it's like. So colourway, this is loads of fun because you've got natural seeded cotton at the top and then cotton in the blue, and then inside it's red spots. I like a surprise lining. I don't know about you. Simple to make as well, and I think very stylish. And we've even included the rainbow coloured webbing handles for you as well. All for £22.99. So these are your instructions. There's no pattern per se, but you do have the instructions as to where to put the pleats. So you've got a box pleat in the centre, then you've got knife pleats either side. So it makes it a very roomy bag. If you wanted to put a closure on there, then of course you could do as well. Now in these bundles you will have 2 meters of the strapping, so this is this one, and then ½ meter of seeded cotton, which is a lot considering you're only using this, so you might be able to make a matching purse out of that as well. There's ½ meter of the red spot, and then ½ meter of the white rose on denim. It's cotton, but it's printed to look like denim, so it's quite lightweight, so it's easy to work with as well. So all of that for £22.99, and that. But this is the most limited in stock. You found it already, haven't you? The most limited in stock. So if you wanted to go for that option, then I would be pretty quick. I'd be sharpish on the phones or on the website if I were you. Right. We have other, I'll save that. We have other colour options though. We had a bit of posh May Morris fabric with this one. So you've got such a lovely, for £22.99 still. Look at that. The lining you can make from the sage green, and then you don't have to, actually, you don't have to use a seeded cotton. You could just use that as the border around the top. So instead of having the cotton, you've got it in a matching green because you're getting plenty of fabric to be able to do so. And then you've got a whole ½ meter of the seeded cotton, absolutely spare. And 2 meters of coordinating webbing. And of course your instructions there as well, again for £22.99. And this one, are you ready? ½ meter of the pink, ½ meter of the natural, ½ meter blue spot. You can put these in any combination you like. Blue on the outside, that on the lining, this is the lining, that on the outside, and 2 meters of webbing. Are you ready? £22.99? £19.99 for this one, including again all of your instructions and your pattern to make the pleats with as well. So you can create this in any combination you like. You could just use the 2. Just use these 2 fabrics, and then you've got a whole ½ meter of pink fabric that you're not going to use. So one for the outer, one for the lining. You could probably, no, you couldn't make it all out of one. No, you will need to. But you're going to have a lot left over. That's what I'm saying with that. So that one, just £19.99, and that is value for money. I might make one of those actually. And I've got loads of messages coming through. Alex, new to sewing and loving making bags, but I'm never sure which way to bend the zip when fitting to the top of a bag. Do I point the middle of the zip down to the lining or outside edge of the zip down towards the lining? Down to the lining. So when you come up to the zip, which will be, those are your two fabric pieces, and your zip goes across like that. If the lining's down here, push it down to the lining, and that means when you turn the bag the right side out, it'll curve around at the top. Hope that helps. Morning, Helen. She says, love the new studio. Helen's in Dublin and it's a sunny day there. I've got the sewing machine panel. Love all the panels. Great to make. Thank you. Lisa says, morning, Debbie. A few of us have been trying to message you but been struggling. Hopefully this worked. It worked. You go to on the facebook.tv page and then go to community and then leave a message, and that's where I am. Not on the fans page and not on the main comments. I'm on community. Morning, Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie's found it ages taken. Well, you've left it now. Thank you very much. She's looking forward to bag making, so that'd be great. Okay, so should we do a bit of sewing? While I'm taking a perusal, it's going to take me 10 minutes to get to the other side of the studio, it's so big. Let's have a look at the website. This is sewingstreet.com. If you've not visited before, when you go to the homepage, you'll see a video. It's a video, and it'll be me at the moment. But underneath said video is everything that we have available for you on the show, and then a little bit extra as well. So if you're looking for anything in these 4 live hours, then do take a look on sewingstreet.com. Anything else you want, because remember, if you bought something already, you won't have any more postage to pay, so have a shop around. You can go into the different categories and shop for anything that you like. I think that's the nice thing. Oh, what's that one? That's nice. It's very colourful. Oh, that's the shop. Oh, I see. I wasn't paying attention. So you can click on any one of those different sections. So should we have a look at the fabric panels? Oh, we've got John's block of the week. We've got the doorstop houses. Oh, around the world, look. Oh, the flower of the month is on there as well. They were really popular. It's poppy this month. So that's how you do it. But if you place one order, you'll pay £3.95 for your postage. But if you come back at 9 o'clock tonight and you think, I only need a packet of pins, you're not going to be charged any more postage at all. So it's worth making that one purchase and get that postage out of the way. Right, let's have a look what we're doing here. So I haven't got anything prepped. I didn't have the kit and I didn't know Janice was going to be off until last night. So cut fabric as follows. Main fabric. No, I'm in inches. I don't know about you. Right. So let's cut the selvage off first of all. Be gone with you. Pop that there, and then let's measure. Oh, where have you gone? Isn't it? No. Right. So really, I'll start in from scratch with this one. I'll chop that off so that it's straight across the bottom as well. That's that. Oh, somebody's put a new blade in this, and then. What am I going with this one? I want there, so that's down there. And then that way. I suppose you could make it bigger or smaller as well, to be honest. Oh yes, this is using up most of the fabric here. Let's put that across there. There we go. So I've got 2 pieces there. And 2 pieces of the lining to the same size. So let's have the lining in the pink. That's a nice contrast. And I'm just going to use that as a template so I don't have to measure it all over again. We've got a bit of that in there, look. Oh, now the Blue Roses bag, the one that Janice's sample's made out of, we are now limited stock in this one. So down to the last few. Okay, if you wanted to get hold of that one, stop watching a minute. You can always come back and watch on YouTube later on. Right, so I'm just using that as a template and we'll cut it to exactly the same size. Now Rebecca hasn't put any fleece or wadding on this one, but you could do if you wanted the bag to be a little bit stiffer. Put some interfacing on the wrong sides. And here. Right, so that's the lining and the front. So now I need to mark where the creases are going to go, where the pleats are going to go, and that's on the pattern, like that. So let's mark the centre piece. So I'm just going to put a crease in there so I can see where I'm going from the centre. Right, and then we need to do all 4 pieces. Oh no, the lining is actually gathered, isn't it? So it's just the outside pieces you want the pleats on. Right, so I can mark there, look at a marking pen. We'll have, oh, need a sharpener for that one. We'll have an air erasable. So there's my centre point, and I need fold, 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 fold. And I'll just clip these. So box pleat to the centre here. Do both of those at the same time. And clip it. It's only because I can't find the pins. And then these are going to go facing outwards. Oh, Janice has put them facing inwards. Let's do facing inwards. And once you've got the instructions, remember, you can do as many of these as you like. Oh, that one disappeared quickly. Like that. Or if you've got your own favourite fabric that you prefer to use and you just want the pattern, you've got 1.5 meters of fabric for a very affordable price. Right, and then these again, because, oh, we've got bundles of fabric coming up in the next hour like you wouldn't believe. And in fact, we've got a pastel option of the spot as well. This air erasable is disappearing very quickly. Right, so that's that. And I'm just going to sew those in place. And then we'll do the same with the opposite side. Just so I can take the clips out while I'm sewing. So because you've got the measurements on there, all of your pleats should be nice and symmetrical and sharp and pointy and lovely. And I'll take those out as I'm sewing. I would normally pin fine fabric like this, but I can't find the pins. I do have a pin cushion full of pins in my handbag. But we've got a dressing room now, which is miles away over there. Lovely. So we'll do the same on the other piece. And then the lining's gathered. So that was really good. But you can see the pleats there. like so. Could iron those in as well, maybe use a little bit of best press on those. If you want them to be really sharp, then you can do. Let's do that. And then there's the pleat down the centre. Smart. Same on this side. So it's not taking very long either. Better slow down a bit, hadn't I? We're supposed to be here all day. Right, so that's my centre crease again. So I'll use the thick end. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. And we'll fold these and clip them again. Oh, bye Glenys. I'll see you next week. She's recording. Glenys is off to church, so she's recording. Oh, Maureen's enjoying the show. Thanks, Maureen. Love it when you comment. That, honestly, that's gone again. Oh, Sally's messaging as well. She's off to work in a bit, but she's enjoying watching the show before she goes. Who works on a Sunday, for goodness sake? Shouldn't be allowed. So that should measure the same as the opposite side. So let's sew straight across the top of this one. This isn't light work, is it? Not really. Right. And pinching these in. And that's literally just to hold all of the pleats in place. So I can take my pins or clips out. So we have that. And let's just give that a quick press as well. And then I'd better have a look at the instructions and see what's going to happen next. That pleat doesn't look quite big enough. Oh, do remember, by the way, if you're using air erasable pens, don't iron over the top of the markings unless it's in the seam allowance, because it will become permanent. Okay, Bex, so we have done that. We've put our pleats in, done that. We've pleated the back of the bag. Yep. And then assembling. So stitch around the contrast strip. Oh, I need to cut the contrast strip. So that's 4 pieces. So it's 13. So my contrast is going to be in the seeded cotton. And we need 4 pieces without labels on. Now you can double check that these are going to be the right widths, because basically they need to be the same as that. So I wouldn't personally worry too much about this being exact, because it's a bag. See, they're not. That's about 1/4 of an inch bigger, but it's fine. So as long as the top of this matches the top of your bag, because you might not have got your pleats absolutely perfect. I think that's the nice thing about bags like this, though. It's kind of forgiving, which makes it another good project for a beginner, doesn't it? Let's chop that off. Just taking the fold off there. Let's take the selvage off here. Like so. In the bin. And then that is that deep. That's spare. And then double checking there. So again, all of this is now spare. So you could easily make a little purse out of that, couldn't you? That's spare, that's spare. So don't throw that away. Okay, so stitch that to that. So that's going to go right side down, whoops, on here, and so. Just make sure they line up. I like a big roomy bag, I don't know about you. I like a bag I can throw over my shoulder, not carry on my arm. And I like a bag big enough to put some shopping in, or maybe if you're going away for the weekend. I like a bag that I can give as a gift. That's that. And same on this one. So right sides together. And just sew across the top again. And then the lining doesn't have the pleats in it, it's gathered. So I think that'll be the next step. Now at this point I think if you wanted to put maybe a magnetic closure in the middle, then that would be the time to do it. Or you've got enough fabric left actually, you could put a flap over it. That'd be nice. Right. So that's the front and the back of the bag done. Looking good. What did she say to do next? We're going to cut squares out of the bottom. Okay. Stitch a contrast it right sides together across the pleated bag and across the back bag and press it. Then that. I'm not pressing the seams open. Can't be bothered. Press the outers right sides together, matching seams, and stitch together around the sides and the bottom. Right. So we do that at this stage. So these two right sides together and matching the seams, and we're going to sew all the way around. So make sure those seams match because you can't often tell if they don't. And then we'll go all the way around. So I'm just going to leave those seams facing upwards. All the way around. Oh, bear with me, this might take a while, it's a big bag. But it is coming together quickly, which is quite nice. Maybe you've got a big project on the go, if you're making a quilt or something that's going to take you ages, but you just fancy starting and finishing something all in one go. Nice kind of project. And you could use it as storage as well, so if you knit, maybe you could keep all your knitting needles and balls of yarn and things like that in here. Or big bags like this are just perfect storage to hang on the back of your door. But as a handbag, oh, you could fit loads in here. If you're taking it to work, it isn't big enough to put folders and your filofax. So your diary and your phone and a pair of flat shoes. There's loads of room inside here. Right, back at the last side. Make sure those seams match. Perfect. And to the top. And then we need to cut some corners out of the bottom. So draw and cut a 2 by 2 inch square from each bottom side. Okay. Didn't notice she'd done that. So 2 inch square here. Oh, I'm not very good with 1.5 inch rulers. Where am I going with that? There. Thick side of the pen. And the same on this side. About 2 inches. I'll tell you what, I'm going to cut that. and use that as a template to cut this one. Okay, so we've done that, and then we're going to open this up and sew straight across to make the base square. I like to squish the seams in opposite directions rather than press them open, because it still cuts down the bulk in the seams. So that's that. And then squish these in the same way that way, and that way. And oh no, look, my seam has gone all wonky. It's really not very straight at all. I'm going to have to unpick the seam now. And that's going to be a bit of a chore to do, isn't it? Particularly when my seam unpicker is right over the other side of a very large studio. Cue Liam running across. In fact, we've got a moving pavement in the studio for producers and directors, so he's just moving across like lightning. Have you seen this before? This is ingenious. So if you do sew a wobbly seam, like of course I never do normally, it looks like something that you shave your nostrils with, but it's rechargeable, and it's actually an electronic stitch unripper. And it's ever so clever because it unpicks the stitches that you're sewn wrong, but it doesn't damage the fabric. So you might have to, this is a bit of an odd seam to unpick, but just catch the stitch first of all. But I do need to catch the stitch first of all. But particularly if you've sewn a long way, let's see if I can get in there. If you've got a long, oh come on, if you've got a lot of stitches that you need to unpick, this is so easy because you won't be doing this for every stitch. You won't be looking for your stitch ripper. All you need to do is to get into that seam a little bit, there we go, and literally shave it. So I'm just gliding this along the seam, and it's just unpicking the stitches, but it's not cutting into the fabric. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's make a big mistake. So if I two pieces of fabric, and then we'll sew them together, and then I can show you properly how good it is. Because I do like these unpickers. We all do it at some point. There is going to be a time when you're looking for your quick unpick. You may look for your quick unpick and find that it's blunt, because they do tend to blunt very easily. But if you've got a big long row of stitches like this that you need to unpick, so once you get going on the end, are you ready? Look at that, it's just shaving away at the stitches, but it's not touching the fabric, it's just the stitches. You're going to want to sew wonky to have a play with this. See that? And then all you've got to do is just brush off or peel away all the extra thread, and it's gone. Have you ever started unpicking with the little unpickers that come with the sewing machine? You've gone into your fabric. I've done it a lot. It can absolutely ruin your work depending on why that is. You know, if you're trying to unpick a, you know, when you put a zip into the back of a cushion cover and you sew the seam all the way down first, press it open, sew the zip in, and then you rip down the centre of all of those stitches to expose the zip coil. The number of times I've actually nicked a little bit of the fabric, and that's it, it's ruined. You've got to take it out and you've got to refit the zip, because you can't disguise that, you can't put a patch over it. When you've got this, you just whiz down. In fact, you don't, it's just fun to do it slowly. But you're not going to damage your fabric. I don't know how that works, but it doesn't. So it's a really handy little tool. It does come to you with your charger and a cleaning brush and your instructions. But what a nice gift, actually what a nice gift for somebody who sews, because we have everything, you know, as sewers. You've got a nice little box that you don't need to put a ribbon around it, you don't even need to decorate it, so you can save on your Christmas paper as well. But it's I think it's one of those gadgets that I probably wouldn't buy for myself, but I'd love to receive it as a gift. You know, when you think something's just a little bit too indulgent, and I've got a quick and pick anyway, so I'll just sit and pick away and hope I don't catch the fabric. But to receive that as a gift, I would use it an awful lot. So if you do know somebody who sews, then why not buy them an early Christmas present? Right, so I'm okay. No, I've got to sew that again, haven't I? Because I did a very wonky seam for some reason. But shall we have a catch up? Are you there still? Are you with me still? So I have to keep refreshing, so sorry about this. I shall be with you in 1 second on Facebook. I'll be glad when we're live again. Hello from Dublin. Louise is feeling inspired. Morning, can you please tell me about sewing machine needles if you need certain ones for different jobs, etc. We'll have a chat about that in a second. Morning, Lisa. She says all behind the scenes. Oh, morning, Debbie, and all lol, behind the scenes workers and all viewers. I love watching your shows, Debbie. You're so talented and entertaining. Thank you very much. Oh, Alan's been busy making a camera bag. Oh, I recognise that fabric. Oh, and Glennis has gone. Right, up to date there. Right, here we go. So let's sew the bottom closed. And then we'll get on with the light. Have we got time? Oh, we've got loads of time. Sewing machine needles then. Now, I can't remember sizes of needles off the top of my head, to be honest. But there is a size chart in my Sewing Room Secrets book, and you'll find them online. You'll find them online anyway. But yes, it is important to use the right needle for the job. So for the majority of your projects, you're going to use your universal needle, which is the one that comes with your sewing machine. So if you're making things like this, if you're dressmaking, for most of your quilting jobs, you're going to just use a regular sewing machine needle. But specialist fabrics or specialist threads need a different needle. So bear in mind, it's not just the fabric, it's your thread. So if you're using a top stitch thread, which is heavier, sometimes called a denim thread, is the kind of thing that you see top stitching on denim jeans. You will need a top stitch needle. Reason being, it'll have a bigger eye to accommodate larger thread. If you try and put thick thread through your universal needle, if you do manage to get it in there, it's going to pull and it'll increase the tension and it'll pull the stitches up from the bottom. It's not going to work. But needles also have a groove that go down the front of them. And the thread, just so that the thread and the needle go in one hole, because if you've got one piece of thread and one needle and they're not together, then you'll have a big hole where the needle goes through. So the thread actually travels down the needle into a groove in the needle and then through the eye. So it's all in one. It's only the thickness of the needle that goes through there. So if your thread is too thick for the needle, again, it will not just drag on the hole, it'll make a bigger hole because it won't fit into the groove on the shaft of the needle. Opposite extreme is very fine thread. If you're sewing with silk, use a silk needle, because if the eye of the needle is too big for your thread, it's going to chuck thread out too quickly, and that could bunch up underneath and it could cause puckering. If you're using very heavy fabrics, then use a denim needle, which isn't just for denim, it is for heavier fabric, so that's a strong needle. They all come in different sizes. If you're using a metallic thread, then use a metallic needle. And that's really important, because metallic needles have a coating on the inside of the eye that help to reduce friction from the metallic thread, because a metallic thread is made with metal, so as it goes through the machine it will heat up and it will stretch and it will snap. If you're sewing with leather, use a leather needle. And all these needles going on in my head, there's loads of them. Leather needles have a chisel shape at the end like so it makes a split instead of a round hole in the leather, which causes less drag on the thread going through the leather, but also as it's a split, not a hole, leather will heal itself, so it should heal around the thread when you're finished. I think that's it with the needles, isn't it? If you've got a specific one, then ask me, but I think that's about it with the basic needles anyway. Right. Oh, almost 40% of our stitch strip is sold out now, by the way. That's gone quickly. You only saw a few of those, didn't you? So yep, not very many of those left at all. Okay, back to the bag. Back to our bag. So center down, set foot, circumference. Yeah, I've done that. Repeat with you've done that in the other corner. Gather the top edge of one lining piece so it's the same length as the contrast strip on the top. Okay. Now gathering entails long stitch on your sewing machine, as long as it'll go. So this is 5 millimeters, and a little bit looser on the tension at the top, so I'm taking that down to a 3, and we sew 2 lines. So that's starting to gather already, lovely. If you've got a thread cutter on your machine, don't use it because we want the tails of the thread, so we want something to pull. Actually, I'm only going to use 1 line, but that's gathered already. Look, that's because I reduced the tension. You'll find it easier, I don't know why, to pull the bottom bobbin thread to gather it than you would the top. So that needs to be gathered so that it's the same length as that. And that was easy. Normally we do 2 rows of gathering, and that's because it keeps the gathers flatter, it keeps the fabric flatter when it's gathering. So if you're doing gathering for a little bit of dressmaking, I'd certainly do 2 rows. Also means that if your thread snaps while you're pulling it, you've still got some gather left there without having to re-sew. Okay, so that looks fine there. And do the same with the second piece. You can buy gathering feet, they work really well. They're angled so it actually pushes the fabric underneath the machine too quickly. Now I'm going to take that stitch back down because the number of times I forget and I'm sewing on a long stitch when I don't want to. I want the tension back again. That's practically done it. Okay, then these go right sides together. Now there's no real right and wrong sides on these plain fabrics, but let's do that. So I need to sew along the same stitch line, if not a little in from the stitch line, so we don't see that from the finished part of the lining. So it's nice to have the gathering and the pleats on this because it makes it a nice bulbous bag. Or just about to run out of thread on the bottom. Hopefully got enough to do just this bit. Like so. And there. So again, just rearranging those gathers a little bit. You'll find it easier as well to have the gathered section on the top, well I do, than on the bottom. Then I can see if it needs rearranging and gathering anymore as I'm sewing. If you don't sew straight over the gathering line, you can always unpick that afterwards. It's quite easy to unpick because I used a long stitch. Oh yes, I think we've got enough to finish it. Okay, so that's the lining. So let me just double check. I'm presuming we're sewing right sides together, leave a gap in the bottom and cut out the corners. So gather that, repeat, yep. Stitch the lining pieces, yep. Cut the, leave a turning gap, yep. And then we're going to box the corners. Oh, is that seam, 60% of the seam ripper's gone now. Not that you're ever going to need to use it, of course. It's just nice to have there just in case. Again, matching seams here. And away we go. I have to admit, it's one of those little devices. The first time I saw it, I just thought that's a gimmick. You know, I don't like to be sold something just because somebody thinks it's a good idea. But it really is, it really works. It doesn't catch the fabric, it's amazing. And it is actually fun to use. Right into the corners, stop with the needle down. Gone a bit over, skip back, and away we go. I need a turning gap in the bottom. What am I doing for time? Oh, loads of time. Just go to show though, doesn't it? And this was completely from scratch, straight out of the packet like you've got it at home. And I'm going to finish this within an hour. Needle down, turn around. And remember, you've got the pattern, you've got the instructions, you've got the sizes to cut. So you can then go on and make as many of these as you like. I think it'd look nice in denim or in some of the, the cotton canvases that we do. That'd be nice. You can make a patchwork one. Oh, so if you've got some jelly rolls or fabric strips maybe, or you've got some 5-inch or 10-inch squares that you don't know what to do with, or you could do a scrappy fabric bag, just by arranging different widths of strips of fabric on top of each other. Now to cut the base out, I've saved my squares from the outside one, so I know I've got exactly the same shape. So that's going to be my 2-inch square here, and here. Open out these corners and sew straight across. Like so. It's cold this morning when I got up. It's one thing it being dark in the mornings and dark for the whole journey on the way to work, but when it's cold as well. I know it's going to be a lovely day, we're having a heat wave and all that kind of thing, but it was cold this morning. Right. I'm not looking forward to the snowy, icy mornings, to be honest. I may have a winter break. I'm just checking my bobbin still. No, I'm just about out of that. I mustn't say bobbin too much because that's my dog's name. And if the TV is on at home, she'll get all excited. She was very sad this morning. Oh, it's elastic, I can't use that. Yeah, we had, because I left really early, so normally when I go, she goes to bed with my youngest son, and he's away for the weekend. So she was scratching at his bedroom door, and I had to let her up, just so to show her that nobody was there. And nobody was there, so that was really upsetting. So then she sits and watches me leave, so nose against the window as I'm driving past. So then she'll go up to my husband, who went out at 6 o'clock this morning. Very sad. But my daughter's at home, so she won't be on her own for very long. She's not allowed to go up to my daughter's room because she leaves hairs. She should be up now. Poor bobbin. Right, so I'm just loading up my bobbin. Up. And then we'll sew these corners together. No, I've sewn the corners together. Then what's next then? Handles. So cut the webbing in half. Well, you don't need to do that. It's into, oh no, depends how long you want them. No, we're not going to cut it in half. It's in 2 pieces anyway. Tack to the right side of the outer bag. So those are going to go facing inwards like so. And we'll have a clip. Now you can cut these shorter if you like. You can just have a shorter handle. They are very long. There's a metre each in one of those. In fact, I think that's too long. Where did they come from? So let's do that. And we'll cut the same amount of that one. These are long enough actually. If you do have any sliders, you could make them adjustable. So make sure those are equidistant from the edge. And then do the same on this side, so I know that they're matching and nice and symmetrical. There you go. And then we'll just sew. I think we'll do that. And then we'll just sew. So that's just within the seam allowance, just to hold it in place. Oh, got that caught. That one's come unclipped. Just make sure that's not twisted in the same place as that one. That's it. This one, whoops. And then the final one here. and that's handles on. Then, oh, what's happened there? My needle's come undone. Must have cut it too short. So go on in, that goes down. Needle threader, I'd never buy a machine without one. Just pull that through. Oh, come on. Do you ever talk to your machine? I only talk to it when it's not behaving. I never praise my machine. It only gets spoken to when it's in trouble. Like it is now, because I keep breaking the thread. Oh, like that. Sorry, bear with me. I was going to finish this by the end of the hour, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it? Right, let's do that. There we go. So a bit of praise there, well done. And then sew the last one here. Then we're going to drop the outside of the bag on the inside of the bag with the right sides together. And sew all the way around the top. When I've checked who else is there, let's see if there's anybody else with any questions. Do bring them in. Remember, go to the community bit on the Facebook page. Oh, Alan's going to do his Zoom sewing tutor. Oh, well done. Alan does very good men's ties. He has very good choice in fabric as well, I have to say. Hi, Pauline. Oh, she found I'm here. We thought the comment section was in the community section. It is, isn't it? I'm in the community section. But you have to comment on the post section, and then it appears on the... That's confusing, isn't it? So you post your comment. Oh, that's hot. So I've got the iron on down there. You post on the post section, and it goes to community. My 2-month-old grandson loves the nursery cube you taught us how to make. I put bells. Oh, that's a nice idea. Gets really excited and giggles. Oh, Morag's still with us. Oh, good. Putting buttons on the cones from your advent calendar book. Those are nice. We're getting all ready for Christmas. Oh, Dawn, gathering. I go to the longest stitch, which on this machine is a 5, and just decrease the tension a little bit. So normally, I mean, on this machine, your tension's highlighted. You don't normally touch it. Boris won't let you. You don't normally touch the tension at all at the top, but just loosen it a little bit because you're going to pull one thread through, so it makes it easier to pull it. So long stitch, looser thread, 2 rows of stitching normally, and then find the bobbin thread. Said it again, bobbin. Pull the bobbin thread, not the top thread, and you'll find it easier to just pull up and gather. Hope that helps. Right, let's push this inside here. Out of the way, and find where the side seams are, because I want to match those. So that goes there, and where are you? And that there. And then we'll sew all around the top. Again, if you want to stick a load of pins or clips around there to hold it in place, maybe helpful. When you come to the straps, sometimes when you approach them, they kind of twist a little bit. Like that. So just make sure when you come to them that they're sitting nice and square. So over the free arm on your machine, if you have one, you'll find helpful. Avoiding the iron with your feet, you'll find helpful. And just sew all the way around. So keep that nice and straight. We're going to make another bag in the next hour. It seems to be all about the bags, wasn't it? I wasn't thinking it was all about the bags, but it's all about the bags. Apart from the last hour at 11 o'clock, we're going to make a letter rack from my half-yard vintage book. Oh, there we go. So just push the seam. Again, I don't worry personally about pressing seams open and that kind of thing with bags. Push them to one side or the other, be fine. So keep this nice and straight, coming back to the beginning. like so. And then we shall turn this the right side out. We'll have an hole in the bottom. So you'll find that if you pull the two edges away from each other, the seam naturally kind of curls in. So I'm just going to sew straight across the top of there. If you wanted to make that invisible, like what Posh Jen does, she always hand sews hers with a ladder stitch so you can't see them. But this bag is so deep, nobody's going to see down to the bottom of it anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. And that goes inside the whole bag. Let's snip these threads off, we don't need those there. There we go. Stitch removers, limited stock, remember now. So if you wanted to get hold of this one, now's the time because it's going to go. That's the one that just shaves the stitches away if you hadn't seen it without catching on your fabric. It's rechargeable and everything. Right, let's push that down into there. That needs a little bit of a press, and I don't know where all these have come from. And then we'll top stitch around the top of the bag, and we're done. So over that free arm again, I can lengthen the stitch slightly. That was two words merged into one. And because this is only a top stitch, not a seam. But it holds the two layers of the fabric together and it looks nice as well. I think top stitching gives you a really nice professional finish. Could have done that around the bottom as well actually, couldn't we? Keep that straight. No, the seams. Just moving the handles out of the way as we sew. And over the strap again. That's good actually because it gives it an extra bit of strength with two rows of stitching going over it. So it's a big bag, you're going to carry some heavy stuff in here. And that is us finished. So one final press and then it's done. So that is the blue spot version. And that one is Janice's blue denim one. So she's pressed her creases all the way down, which gives it a really smart look. So there you go, the handles can be any length you like. You can reverse it if you like. This one's got a red spot lining, but you can have the red spot on the outside, or you can even use your own fabric. £22.99, so these are the details on your screen for the floral one. This has the rainbow coloured webbing straps, and you've got red spot lining, so you'll have 1/2 metre of this, and 1/2 metre of this, and 1/2 metre of this, and 2 metres of this, all for £22.99. Oh, and of course your instructions and your measurements are all in there as well. There's no pattern as such, there's just a guide for where to put the pleats. To be honest, if there was a pattern in there, it'd double the price of the pattern, wouldn't it? And you're just cutting out rectangles, so there's no point really, is there? So this is the spot one. So with the spot, 2 metres of the webbing, 1/2 metre of the blue spot, 1/2 metre of the cream fabric, 1/2 metre of the pink for the lining. You can mix those around again if you wanted to maybe have the pink on the top, or if you think, I just want it all blue. No reason why you couldn't put blue on the top. That's entirely up to you, getting plenty of fabric to have a play around with. And the other one is the May Morris. Which is this one. So 1/2 metre of the May Morris fabric. This is the one that was based on an original tapestry, wasn't it? So 1/2 metre of that, 1/2 metre of the sage, 1/2 metre seeded cotton, and 2 metres of the matching webbing, and instructions of course included, and that again is £22.99. Okay. All finished within an hour, how's that? Let me give you a reminder of our early bird. This is a reduced priced item, actually been reduced by £5.99 for it today, which is good. And I'll just move those out of the way. You're getting 2 panels to colour in and the pens to do so. So this one is Fairy Tale. Ooh, that way. So we have, I love the tree look, his happy tree, with a little bird on it, and owls and witches' hats and lightning, things that look like a famous wizard, and frogs and castles and unicorns, and look at the pens that you've got to colour these in with, all the colours of the rainbow. So that's that one, and then we have space rockets. We've got, you get both of them, it's not a choice of. We've got planets and things, the cosmos, that's it, and telescopes and spacemen and actual proper planets that you might recognise. Oh, there's a Milky Way, we've got shooting stars. Oh, and then satellites, asteroids, and lots of things to decorate. There's Earth. That's Jupiter, that's Saturn, that's an orange. And remember, you've got all of the pens included there as well for just £18.98. That is while we have the stock or till the end of the day. So if you wanted to order, then, oops, then you can, you've got plenty of time. Sheena's found us as well. Alarm clock didn't wake me up until 8:10. Normally it's more like 6 because she'd found her breakfast. Or her hairy alarm clock. I've got a hairy alarm clock, but she works at the other end of the day. So normally when it gets to about 5 or 6 o'clock, I'll get the box saying it's time to finish, and then she'll hover till we go into the living room. Never finish work that early, but there you go. She'd found her breakfast defrosting on the windowsill. She's a wolf. Oh, she's a wolfhound. She'll be huge. Loving the show as normal. Glad the teeth still don't work in the glorious new studio. Morning, Julie. She's just found the community section. Love the new studio. We do get to sit down. Got a stool and everything. You sit down to sew. I've seen that picture of your granddaughter's backpack. It is beautiful. Anna's making a Christmas tree clock. Sandra's got the unpicker on a Christmas list. Better be quick if you're ordering that one because it's going to go. Right, coming up in the next hour, we've got another bag. It's a very different bag to the bag that we've just made, and it comes with the Bosal foam, which is actually the pattern as well. So all will be explained in the next hour. Anything you have in your baskets right now, though, could you proceed to check out if you're on sewingstreet.com or complete your order on 0800 001 4433. Don't go anywhere, though, apart from to put the kettle on, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello, my name is Sally Stevens. I'm from Worcestershire, a little town called Upton upon Severn, which is a lovely little riverside town. And not far from there, I also have a little sewing studio, so I can work and leave all my mess left out when I'm preparing projects and quilts and so on. My speciality is, in fact, quilting, patchwork and quilting, and I probably started that when I was about 14 years ago. So as I often joke, that was only 7 years ago. In fact, it was rather a lot longer, but I've always enjoyed crafting, and patchwork really hooked me, and I love it. So now then, what can I tell you? Something you may not realise about me is that although lots of you have seen me many times on Sewing TV and classes, because I teach as well, I also do a lot of unpicking. So don't be afraid ever if you have to unpick things. So do we. It's not a problem. We all have to start somewhere, and sometimes you get a bit cocky and think, oh, I can just do that without pinning or without this, and then you think, should have paid attention to my own words. So some sewing tips for you. That's one, keep a seam ripper handy. That will always be your friend. And another one that I think is very important, whether you're a beginner or more experienced, when you're sewing something, particularly for the first time, a new technique, slow down. There's no rush, it's not a race. Have a little practice with spare fabrics if you've got them before you use your best fabric that you've just purchased, so that you get your techniques just right. But also slow down, take your time, watch what you're doing, think about what you're doing, and read the instructions. That's always very useful. So what can I say? I've been asked to say what my claim to fame might be, and I would have to say, in all honesty, being on Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of So Girl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England. And I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose-fitting clothing, everyday, simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433. Welcome back again. Now we've got lots of fabrics for you in this show, and I'm going to show you how to make my Elizabeth bag, which is new to Sewing Street today, because this is a little bit of a different way of making a bag. So I was working with Search Press and Bosal. I was in Cologne last year at one of the trade fairs, and we got talking to the Bosal guys who asked if I'd design some bags for them, so that's exactly what I did. So in here are your foam pieces. You will need Bosal to work with the patterns, okay, because these in effect are your patterns. However, there is an extra pattern inside your packet. I'll show you that in just a second. So once you've used this one, you can either take a pattern from this, use the pattern that's on there, but they do use foam. You could use fleece, you'll just have a little bit more of a floppy bag. So those are your two outer pieces, that's your flap, and these are the straps, and that's as easy as it is. It's an incredibly simple way of making a bag. So those are they, and then this is your pattern. You can make it in any fabric that you like. The one I had here is made from cork and denim with a fabric lining. Denim's such a nice fabric to work with for these, but if you've got just quilting cotton or even cotton poplin, then you're going to be able to use that as well, because it's stuck to the Bosal. So it doesn't matter if you've got a very fine fabric. If you've got viscose fabric and you want to use it with the bag, that's absolutely fine. So inside the packet, you've got all of these bits. So you've got special offer. Here's your instructions. So again, very, very simple to follow. Get that one quite right. Because I've produced these with my publishers, with Search Press, then they go through the same procedure. So this isn't just my writing, these have been edited, they've been proofread, they've been checked and double checked. So you're getting a really professional kind of finish to your instructions. And then you've got the pattern here as well. When you're buying this kit together, you won't need the pattern because you've got the Bosal to use as a pattern. That'll make sense shortly. But you've got full-size patterns here. What you've also got is a QR code on the front of the thing here. So if you've got a QR reader on your smartphone or your tablet, should we do it? You're just going to hover over the top of that. So just bear with me while I get my phone. So your QR reader, or you can do it on your camera, can't you? Of course you can. There we go. So take a picture of that. Oh, click the link, sorry. I've not done it this way. I normally use the scanner app, and then it goes through to video. So that's that, and that will take you through.
This is your Elizabeth bag.
Okay.
As you can see, it's a nice sized bag for maybe going shopping or taking to work with
I
you.
didn't turn the sound down or my phone off. That was a bit risky, wasn't it? But that's the video. So it's a full-length video on how to use the patterns. It's just really easy to use. I think those QR codes are amazing, and it's all free. But that is a private video, so you won't find this on YouTube or anywhere like that. You do have to have the pattern to be able to scan that in. So you'll find that useful, particularly if you're new to sewing. So let's pop that in there. But again, everything that you need for one bag for your £19.99. But then you will be able to make many, many more bags, just either using the same pattern or using this as a pattern as a template to cut out more foam shapes from. And as I said, if you wanted to make a slightly softer bag, because this is quite firm, so it stands alone because it's got the foam in there. I didn't use the foam in the handles on this because it would have just made it too stiff because I've used cork. But you can make a softer bag if you use something like H640 or H630 instead. So that's that. We'll do a bit of that in just a second. And we better take you through some fabrics, haven't we? So I have that there. You can go there. And let's have a look at Henry Glass fabrics. Now we've got lots of fabric bundles for you. They are available individually, so if you wanted to buy any of these by the ½ metre, so you want more than a ½ metre length, they will be available for you. So just go and have a look on sewingstreet.com, details down there at the bottom of your screen. So for £43.99, you're actually getting 3 metres here in total. And this is so pretty, it's so fresh. We've got roses. And so this one is called Violet's Garden in pink. And then more of a ditzy kind of style with that one. That's Gardening Cream, Victoria's Gardening Cream. They're really classy, traditional fabrics, aren't they? So pretty. And of course, another Gardening Cream. Floral. That's floral stems. This one's floral in cream. And then we've got the floral again with the pale pink in the background. But again, lovely quality with Henry Glass fabric. It's you know, it's designer fabric, so you expect the best. More little branches with tiny little rosebuds on the end. So very delicate. And then we've got roses on green floral, there you go. So you can order those individually, but if you wanted the whole bundle together, it works out a little bit less at £43.99. I think I might use that one. Perks of the job, innit? Okay. I'm going to use oh, I was going to use the pink, but I'm going to use that one. Don't they go well together? So I could have used the green, that would go as well. This is the Turkish Delight bundle. So if you want to go for the whole bundle of fabric, this is what you're going to get. So there's sandy colours, rose pinks, minty greens, the deep red, the pale pink. Again, if you wanted those individually, have a look on the website. But I love mixing and matching fabrics together because the green goes so well with those as well. And in fact, even with the sand colour, that's not going to clash with anything, is it? It just goes with everything. The pink can go with that. That would go well with that, and actually with the bright, no, not the bright one. Maybe that with the bright. But they all mix and match really well together. And I think when you're buying designer fabric, certainly, or fabric that's a little bit more expensive because of the quality, it makes it go a little bit further when you add some plain. And if I'm making a lining for a bag, I'm not going to use my expensive fabric. I'm going to use something that's a bit more affordable, and I don't want to detract from the outside, so that's going to be the star of the show. So those are going to be my two pieces. We're going to go for that and that. Or should we go the green? Oh, now then, look. No, we're going to go for that one. Those two with a pink background are going to make my bag, and 1/2 metre of each is going to be plenty. So that's that one. I mentioned in the earlier show that we had the pastel version of the spotty fabric. And again, this is all bundled up for you. So 2.5 metres in total here. I'm still matching them together. There we go. For £18.99. This is a poplin, so it's got a nice drape to it. Let me just see how wide that is as well. 112 wide. And again, these are available on the website on their own. So if you just wanted this pale blue, it's purple, or lilac to me, but we're calling that pale blue. I think that's the lilac. We have lilac. You can go to the website and buy these. If you wanted 1 metre, then order 2 units. If you wanted 2 metres, order 4, and so on and so forth. This one is tan, and then that'll be your pale blue, won't it? And then rose and plum. So 2.5 metres altogether. They're quite vintage looking colours as well, I think. All for £18.99. We also, that goes well. We also have a lilac to purple bundle. Don't these look lovely together? I'm just thinking, you know, just a little bit of patchwork with just those 4 would look amazing. So we have amethyst and purple and lavender and magenta. £13.49 for 2 metres. That's good, isn't it? That's what, £6.25, £6.75 a metre. That's good. And it's really nice quality as well. You're not going to get this home and find it see-through or be disappointed. It's a really lovely quality of fabric. So that's £13.49. We have a blues core bundle. Is that the spotty ones? Spots and plains on this one. It's not that one, is it? I haven't got the blues here. It's Sewing Street. We never have the blues. Not on a Sunday. These are the pinks. Do you know, all together they kind of go down. The pink's one of those colours like different shades of reds and oranges that normally clash. But these are all very tonal. They all work really well together. That would look nice in a quilt, wouldn't it? But I think fabrics like these are really useful to have just in your stash, as we say, so that you've always got a colour to go with whatever it is you're using. So with the reds, I'd go for, maybe the rose one. But if you've got a pattern fabric and you just need something to clash or something to coordinate, you know that you've got the right kind of shade there. But I think they work really well together. So 3 metres of those all together. So you've got 1/2 metre by 112 inches wide in each one of these for your £20.49. Right, these are the blues with the spots that you saw earlier. I love that. That's so summery to me. I think I must have had a dress made out of something like that when I was little, because I went straight to the seaside when I saw that one. So the royal blue with the white spots. Then you have the white. See, a splash of red would look nice in amongst these. There's the pale blue spot with a smaller spot, plain turquoise, a grey, and then you've got your pale blue spot again there. A pack of 6 fat quarters for £11.99. And then we have more. So we've got the red fat quarters. Let me show you the size of a fat quarter actually, because if you're new to sewing you may not know. It's that basically. So it will be 1/2 metre in length by half of the width of the bolt, and this is 22 inches because that would be a 44-inch bolt. I went inches and centimetres all in one equation then, didn't I? I get it. It's funny, isn't it? I think we must be the only country that are not multilingual, is it? Where we use imperial and metric. in the same sentence. And I think most of us are like that. I'm an inches kind of girl, so if I'm measuring, I will use inches. If I'm reading patterns, I will read inches, but I'll go to a shop and buy by the metre. Funny, isn't it? I can't do it with weights. I don't get kilograms. And I can't do it with liquids. I'm still putting gallons of petrol in the car. But with measurements, it seems quite normal now. Do you remember when you were around when we went metric? I think it was 1971, and I can remember I must have been my first year at senior school then. Or was it 1970? And we did a school play called Decimalisation. And I can't remember what the whole little play was all about, but I can remember the girl that was playing the lead standing there, decimalisation, decimal, and we were ever so excited about it. It's a big thing though, wasn't it, when you're going from shillings and there were 12 shillings to £1, and then all of a sudden everything's rounded up to tens and hundreds. It was huge at the time. Anyway, that was going back in time a bit. £10.99 for a pack of 6 fat quarters. So we've got the red spot, the plain red, the white, the sand or the tan, the lime green, and you've got sage green as well for £10.99. Now if you'd like to order, 0800 001 4433 if you want to give us a call on the phone lines. They're a very friendly bunch of people, all based in the UK, and that's a free phone. And we do have lots more fabric for you as well actually, so don't ask the call centre to describe them. Have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com and you'll be able to see everything else that we have on the shows for you. And then there's more besides as well. So we won't have a chance to go through absolutely everything, but you can have a good old look around and make your purchase. Remember, if you've already bought something, you're not going to pay any extra postage. Only one postage on Sewing Street for the whole day, which I think is amazing. Oh, now, who have we got? Oh, Sharon's just about to attempt a bag from my Occasions bag book, and it's sunny in Southampton. Lovely. I'm going to do a bit of outdoor sewing. Pam says, morning Debbie, loving the show and the new studio. I know, it's huge. It's so big, it's echoey and everything. Remember the handles from donkeys years ago? I do remember those handles. They're quite retro, aren't they now? She's resurrected them and made 2 knitting bags or craft bags. Fabulous. Who else have we got? Debbie Young. Hello, good morning. She's found us. Just bought your panels. I bought myself a new Genoma sewing machine, so it's in need of a beautiful cover. So your Genoma sewing machine will love. I've never made it for a Genoma, so it's going to love it, isn't it? Can you make and sell what you make from the bag patterns? As I always ask permission first, which is important, from Alan. Thank you, Alan. That's very polite of you to ask. And yes, you can sell anything you like of mine. Sheena bought the So Chic kids books when I demonstrated it. I made a boy shirt from that, didn't I? And used it. So we probably, have we got any? We might have some on the website still, along with Boutique Casual, to make things for the grand littlies. Are a really good method of getting lots of variations from the pattern packs. Highly recommended. That's So Chic Kids. I chose that book because I just like the styles. I think they're very modern and very simple to make as well. I've made a few of those. Anyway, here we go. Oh, 50% of the stocks sold out of Elizabeth. I have to say, you have a very good price, because when we brought this to you in a previous life, it was $29.99. I know. But we've got it. I don't know how we do it, honestly. £19.99. I couldn't do it for that much. Right. Let me show you how it works then. So you will need an iron. We have an iron. We still don't have any water in it. but we're fine. We're fine. I could actually put water in the iron when I come into work in the morning, couldn't I? I could actually prep a little more. No, that's not what we're going to do actually. We're going to sew these together first. So the bag has got a different top and bottom. You could make this all in the same fabric if you wanted to. So actually that should be on the pattern. There we go. Yeah, so on the side of the pattern it says seam position, because we're going to sew 2 pieces of fabric together and place this over the seam. So the measurements to cut those and sew them together are all in there, so I don't need that a second. Move that out of the way, and let's just cut these. So I'm just kind of estimating a little. I'd normally iron my fabric first. I don't know about you, but I like to start with nice, crisp, completely crease-free fabric before I even start cutting. So that's what I would do at home. And then let's have the base of the bag in the red and the top of the bag in that. So I'll need about that much. I told you it was a guesstimate. So about there will do. And then the top of the bag, I will need from there up. So say up to about there. When you've got your pattern home, of course, you're going to be a lot more frugal than I'm being here. Because if you're buying this fabric, certainly by the ½ metre, you're going to have a lot left over. Right, so nice straight lines here. Let's sew these two together. So right sides together along here. There we go. Avoid the selvage. I normally cut those off. And let's just sew. And no particular seam allowance, I'm just using the edge of the foot really. It'll probably say a seam allowance in the instructions, but it's not particularly important on this bit. And the seam allowance on the bag, you'll see how that works in just a second. It's a very simple bag, but you know, it takes ages to figure out things like this. Okay, just straight line. And then we'll press the seam open. So Litter Bin Provider has now retrained as ironing water filler. So we may have a bit more of a permanent job there. Right, and along. Again, it doesn't need anything special. You don't even need a walking foot with the machine. You don't need a special foot. You don't need a denim needle. So any machine will do, you're just going to need a straight stitch. Walking foot might help when we're top stitching, but don't rush out and buy one, they're quite expensive. There we go, so that's those two pieces sewn together. Let's press the seam open. And then we'll stick our bows on. Right, quite a long piece there. So I find it easier to press seams to one side before I press them open. It just seems to work better. I've got heating up lovely, we've got steam, and let's open this up. And press. We're going to top stitch this, so I was saying in the previous show I don't normally bother too much about pressing seams open to one side or the other when I'm bag making, but it will be a little bit bulky, particularly if you're using heavier fabrics on this. If you're making it out of denim or something, it will be a little bulky. Right, let's press that. That can go open. There. Then we'll put our bozel on. So if you, oops, as long as they're the same on both sides, it doesn't really matter. But let's pop a mark. So I'm transferring the mark from the pattern here onto the bozel, and we will need to do that on both pieces because we want the seam to sit in the same position. Like that. Then need the pattern. So take your bozel piece. Now this has got one side with a glue on it, and that's the scratchy, shiny side, so that goes face down. Line up these two markings with the seam, So we're in a straight line. And I'm just going to give that a blast of steam from the wrong side to hold it in place. And then we'll flip it over and it needs to be ironed from the right side. And again, lots of steam, and we really want this to stick. We don't want it coming away. So take your time and just make sure that it's all covered and stuck. Okay. So I'm going to cut that off purely because it's getting a little bit bulky. Don't cut up to the bow-saw. We're going to cut round it with a seam allowance. So that can come off there. And then my second piece is going here. Oh, we're limited stock, by the way, now. 90% of the stock sold out. It'll be creased up when you get it home. And if you've ever bought foam like this before, it'll be folded up quite small and it will be creased up. Do this with steam over it, without touching it, and the creases just melt away. So don't worry about that. So if you've ever bought, you know, off the roll or anything and it's all creased up, it's fine. All right, let's give that a blast of steam as well. I'm going to make this one without the flap, I think. Or shall we do it? Because I haven't got a magnetic snap and it fastens with a magnetic snap. So I shall explain that one, but not actually do it. I think, oh, look what I found down there. Oh. Water, that's all it is. Right, now I'm going to cut around here, adding a seam allowance. How much, and all of your instructions and everything, remember, are on the instructions, but also on the accompanying video, which is in the instructions. So try and keep this the same all the way around. Oh, Pauline's got 2 sets of the pre-cuts and the pattern. So she's making bags to store sewing bits in. That's a nice idea. And she loves how it looks with the bows. I like the bows. It really gives it a nice firm, makes it a firm bag, but it's still squashy and it's still easy to use. It's an amazing product. It's made by a company that are based in Maine, in the States, and it's Bob and I think it's Sally Ann, which is Bow Sell. And Bob, I haven't spoken to him for a while, but the last time I saw him at a show was in, it was in America last year. I went to the big quilt market over there last October, and he's 86 and still manning the stand. He's a real character, is Bob. Very nice man. Okay. So Bob's in the States, and then there's Rolando, who's head of sales over there, and Sharon, who's over here, who may well be watching this morning. So hi Sharon, if you are. Right, so I don't need those. Then we're going to use this as a template for the lining. Oh, and I've just cut that just right. Only just right. That was, oh, look at that. That was cutting it very fine, literally. If you're going for 2.5 meters of anything, you will have plenty. I just wasn't very efficient with my cutting earlier. Right, this is the lining. Maybe a tad smaller, but it's fine, it'll work. I don't know what I'm going to make the handles out of though. The floral, we've got lots of that left. There we go. Do you know what's easy? Where's my rotary cutter? Gone. There we go. That's quicker. Let's trim that back. Oh, it's going to go. It's just about to sell out. If you want to get hold of this deal, please stop watching and go and order now, because it's going to go. Right. Oh, and while you're there, put some fabric in your basket. You're going to need it. You can't just have a Bosal bag. So there's my 2 lining pieces. Again, I shan't put the flap on. I shall explain, well, you'll know how to do that. Your flap piece is thus. That would look nice in red though, wouldn't it? Maybe I should. We've got time. I haven't got enough red. Sorry, I'm asking myself questions and answering them again. So that would have been nice in red like so. I mean, you'll do exactly the same. So if you iron your Bosal on, then we could do it, couldn't we? Let's do it. I'm thinking I hadn't got enough lining fabric left, but I can do one side in floral, so I can. So let's press that crease out there. Always works better with water, doesn't it? Steam. So that goes on there. Again, you're going to need the same seam allowance. So we have this. So just cut around. Try and keep your seam allowance uniform because I'm going to use this as previous to make the lining side of it. And I don't have the magnetic snap with me, but it will help. I'm going to cut that a little bit longer. Like so. And then we'll have, we needed a shelf under here. Let's cut another one of this. So using this as a template to cut another one here. Oh, and there's me saying what a nice sharp blade I've got. I think I blunted it. There. Right. Handles. So we just need to. The measurements again, because we're going to wrap this fabric around, are in your instructions. So let's just press that down there. And where's my other handle? Oh, there it is. I lose so much stuff. Oh, that was a bit bent. And then that's just to secure it, and then to have a good grip, you do that from... I'm not using an ironing board, look at me. Oh! And just cut around here. And again, your measurements are all in the instructions, but it works the same way. Right, okay. So that's that. Ironing board, Deborah. Not done that before. Okay, and then we're going to wrap this around. And yeah, please no messages on Facebook about me not using an ironing board. That was a first. Let's fold this over. Actually, it wasn't a first. I do it quite a lot. Fold the edge of that over. A little bit of best press or spray starch. Makes that nice and neat if you so choose. And then we'll wrap that right over the edge. Hi, Frances. She's never made anything like this before. Is it idiot proof? It's very simple and suitable for beginners, I should say, yes, because you're not cutting out a paper pattern. You do have a paper pattern, so you can use that again later. But you're not transferring patterns. You don't have to pin anything. It is a very simple bag. Let's do the same with this one. Oh, we've sold out. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well done for getting hold of yours. I'm sure it'll be back. I don't know when. Hopefully at that price. Right. But if you wanted to go with the fabrics, we've still got those. Right, that'll do there. Let's fold that over. Actually, your instructions will have that folding all the way over to the other side. Right, let's sew. So that's all the prep work done. Don't really need that. So let's sew. I'm just going to sew straight down the middle of this one for speed's sake. On the others I sew down each side. Again, that's ruffling up a little bit, so I'm just going to pull it straight, just to help guide it through. Oh, Sheena's got almost all of my books. Oh, well done. I'm not so immaculate, Sheena, but thank you very much. And no secret. No effort, really. I don't have any kind of skincare routine, which sounds really bad, doesn't it? I forget. So I hate wearing makeup, hate it. So I never normally wear makeup at home, but you tend to look like death if you don't on TV. Tried it. So I just don't wear any makeup. But I don't really use moisturiser or anything either. I just don't do anything really. Anyway, let's trim the ends of those to make them neat. So the fabric is a little bit longer than the actual bow saw. Now this is the way that the patterns work. So this is what took so long to figure out. So I don't really need you. We're going to sew these two pieces right sides together along the edge of the bow saw. So you can feel where they match up. You can feel the top to make sure that's square. And we're going to sew literally along the edge of here, all the way, not around the cut-out bits, along the edge of here, along the edge of here, and along the bottom as well. But that is my seam allowance, and this is how you're going to get it absolutely perfect, because you can't go wrong. So you're not following the seam allowance from the edge of the fabric, you're sewing right up against the edge of the bowsel. You don't need a zipper foot. You would, I've lost my foot pedal. Ooh, there it is. You can sew straight over the top of this. It doesn't matter if you catch the bowsel slightly, but just try to run up against the sides of those two pieces and just make sure that they line up all the way down. See, although it's a foam and it's about 1/4 of an inch thick, it squishes very well. Oh, I needed to check that those seams matched up. Let's just take a look and see if they did. They should have done. Almost perfect. But then it means that you don't have to cut the foam back from the seam allowance. It's already back from the seam allowance. It's just a bit of a different way of working. So again, we'll line up the seams this time. Feel the edges. Make sure they're lined up. And sew right up against the edge. Again, if you miss a little bit and you go too far into the seam, don't worry about it. If you do catch the bowsel, it's not a problem. You don't need your stitch ripper to do that. And then we'll sew straight across the bottom. Then we'll box out the corners, pretty much like we did with the previous bag. That Beck's design. So straight across. It does give a lovely feeling to the bag though. Let's cut that here. And then we're going to squish the corners open to make the base square. So this will want to fight back. It's very bouncy stuff. Get it out the way. Take no nonsense from it. just concentrate on where the stitches are going to go. So if this gets all creased up, don't worry, this is the bit that we need to concentrate on. And again, I'm not fussed about seams going in one direction or the other. So that's one side, and then we'll do the same with this one. So squish it, shove it, sew it. That's a good title for a book. Oh, up you go. Right, and then we'll turn it the right side out and see if it looks like a bag. Which always helps when you're making a bag, doesn't it? Let's push out those corners. But see what a nice crisp base you get on there. And on this side. There you go. Now this is all creased up again, but just like I said previously, if you give it a blast of steam from the iron, your creases will melt away. So next up we're going to put, we'd put the flap on. Let's put the flap on. So same as before, right sides together, lining and outer fabric. If you put in your magnetic snap on, you do the slim side here now, and then put the fat side on your bag, but I haven't got one. So I'm just going to sew around these three sides, and again close up to the edge of the bosal. It makes it very easy using this method to get a perfect curve, because you can't go wrong because you're following a line, and it's a line that your needle is kind of butting up against, so you can't go wobbly with it. If you do go a little bit too far away, you can always go back over it again, but that just gives you a really nice neat seam. And then I'm just going to trim around the curves just to cut down on the bulk. And then we'll turn it the right side out. Because I don't have any bosal trapped in the seam, I will have a really nice, neat flap. Which I'm going to top stitch as well. Doesn't need it, but I think it looks nice. So a longer stitch again. And just sew around. And I'm just sewing this about 1/4 of an inch from the edge, nice and smooth around the curves. Back down that side. There we go. And then the ends I'm going to fold in just to make that neat before I sew that onto the bag. Should have done that before I top stitched really, but there we go. Let's trim that off. And that could do with a press really. But this is then going to go on the back of the bag. And again, measurements are all in there. Let's make sure it's in the centre. I'll just line that up on my mat. Like so. So I have a couple of clips in here. Oh no, that's the seam there. Come down a little bit. And we just sew that on here. Through one side. So I'll just do one stitch line straight across. You can sew that in a box if you wanted to, it doesn't really matter. And then it's the handles on. So that's how we're going to look. That's nice, isn't it? I love those colours together. Remember these, the fabrics are all in bundles. This is the Turkish Delight fabric with the red in it. But it's also got different shades of, what else came with the pinks, wasn't it? All pinks and reds. Right, handles go facing downwards. Make sure they're not twisted. And I'll just tack those on either side. We'll have this off. You'll measure this all nice and properly at home and make sure that they are equidistant from the centre. But I just wanted to give you an idea of the way that the pattern works with the bow saw. But remember, if you miss anything, you not only have your step-by-step instructions, you've got a QR code so you can watch a video of the complete construction of the bag. I don't know how it ends up on the floor, but things do, so let's do that way. I'm just lining up with the existing handles. We're making a letter rack in the next hour. Might do a variation. But we don't have very many left. Oh, have a look online. If you go to the website, you can have a look what's coming up in the next hour. There are some fabric bundles that we've used to make the hanging heart letter thing behind me, but I might do a bit of a variation on it so that you can keep other things in there, have it in your craft room. Because we don't tend to have many letters these days, do we? Even bills come via email. So that's how we're looking on the outside. So you get the genre. The genre? That was the wrong word, wasn't it? So that's going to sit like that. Then we'll put the lining. Have we got time to do all of this? Are we going to finish it? I'd normally change the thread to a red one. Just like with the outside of the bag and just like with the bag in the previous hour, we're going to sew the sides together, we're going to sew the base together but leave a turning gap of about 3 or 4 inches in the bottom, and then we'll squish out those corners to make it square. So we'll have you back on there again. And away we go. A little bit of a tip for you when you're making bags: if you sew the lining with a scant seam allowance, so if you sew it with the seam allowance very slightly wider than the outside of the bag, only by a tadge, which is a professional measurement. I don't know whether that's imperial or metric, but it's just a little bit, and then the lining will sit better inside the bag because it'll be very slightly smaller. Not so that you'd notice, but just a tiny bit. Down the final side. Oh, now if you want to go for some of the fabric bundles, the lilac purple is proving very popular. I like the lilac purple one. I just love the colours all together. I think it's very well chosen, whoever did that. Right, squish these corners open just like before. So we'll open that up, pull that open. I'll just move those in opposite directions and sew. And the same with the other corner. Just try to squish the seams in the same direction. So I've got, for instance, the base seam facing that way, so I'm going to squish it that way, so it lies reasonably flat. To be honest, you wouldn't notice if it was twisted. Right, and then the outside bag goes on the inside of the bag with the right sides together, so the inside's inside out and the outside is right side out. Make sure that the side seams are matching. It's ever so easy to do. Not even going to pin this. The handles and the flap are facing down, and just like before, I'm going to sew up to the edge of the bow saw. So that's my guideline. That's how I know that my seam allowance is correct, my curves are curvy. The edges just want to match up. It's ever such a simple bag to make. But it's another one of those bags that's a really useful size. So if you are using it for storage, perfect. You could add, if you're a more experienced sewer, you could maybe put a zip pocket on the inside, or patch pockets would look nice as well. Just going around that curve again, matching up the edges of the fabric and sewing against the edge of the bow saw. Handles and everything facing downwards. I think I can smell burning, and I think it's me. I've got very warm legs down here. I'll switch it off in a minute. Okay, because I'll just need it to give it a blast of steam to get the creases out when I've come around here. So maybe fictitious Jeff can help out. Right, just coming up to the point here. We're almost there, almost finished. Down into the corner, around that curve, back around the top. Again, as long as you just keep sewing up against the edge of that bow so you're going to have the perfect shape to your bag. Let's cut that off there, let's do that. Let's have a quick little drink because it's getting cold, isn't it? Can't waste it. Then we'll pull everything through the hole. I'd normally sit and cut off all those little threads even though they're on their inside. They're inside because I don't like those. Pull that open, push it closed, and sew it closed. Then this goes inside here. And then I'm just going to give that a bit of a steam. Let's get rid of those creases. Perfect. There. And I'm going to do it from the inside as well, just so that I get that lining right on the top. And then the final thing to do would be to top stitch or edge stitch all the way around the top. But I'm going to do that later, I think. I'm going to switch the iron off. Carol sent a question in. Hi, Carol. And she said she may have missed it. Oh, but can you use thicker fabric than cotton with bow stole? Yes, you can. Let me just snip those off because I can't bear threads everywhere. So that's just cotton with a bow stole on the back. The bags that I showed you at the beginning of the show, which I've left over there, you look at that? And I'll just get the bus over to the other side of the studio. This is cork and denim with a cotton lining. Now you can't iron denim, iron the cork from the top. It wrinkles a little bit, it's not very good. So where I used lots and lots of steam through the bow stole, you can do that from the back of the cork, so just make sure you don't touch that. And this one is made entirely from faux leather. So the same thing, you can't touch this with an iron. That has got the magnetic snap on it, just to show what it's like. And but you can from the back, because these have got, we've got different colours for you on the website, but these have got a cotton backing like the cork has. So put your foam down and then give it a good old blast through the foam. You'll have to put lots and lots of steam through it because it's got to travel all the way through the foam to get to the adhesive, but that is doable. So you can use canvas, you can use denim, you could use ticking, you can use practically any fabric that you can sew. So yes, definitely to heavier fabrics, and I think that would look lovely. You can make the handles longer. I haven't used on these thicker fabrics the foam inside the handles because it would just be too stiff. So I've just folded the fabric over into four, like a bit like bias binding. So to the centre, in half again. That'll be a 4-inch strip of fabric, fold in half twice. So you get a 1-inch wide strap. And then you can make it really long. You could have a crossbody bag or a really long shoulder bag if you wanted to. So yes, you can use different fabrics, any fabric that you like. So if you wanted to use the fabric that we've got though, I actually think, although this is all floral, it's quite wintry, isn't it? And I think mixing it with that red fabric gives it a more wintry kind of feel. Do you want to see the rest of the fabric that we've got for you though? And let me have a check who's here still and make sure I haven't missed anybody. Oh, thanks, Dawn. She loves a full demo, does Dawn. Diana, have we seen Diana? Nice new studio. It's great to have Sewing Street TV. We're so sad to lose Sewing Quarter. Same thing really, isn't it? Debbie, oh, thank you. She's used a machine a couple of days ago for the first time in 7 years. Your poor old machine will be rusty. I made some slip covers for some cushions at school where she works, and made some blackout bunting from the bunting book. Oh, we haven't had the bunting book on, have we? Blackboard bunting. I made some bunting out of blackboard fabric so you can chalk messages on it. Oh, Alan's had to go. Sorry, Alan. We'll see you again soon. Can you use fabric? Yes, I answered that one, Carol. Thank you. Dorothy's made a basket for her sister's mobility scooter. That's a lovely idea. I think we're up to date there. We've got another hour to go. If you want to send a message or ask any questions or anything like that, do feel free. It's studio at, oh no, that's the Facebook one. That's the email one. studio@sewingstreet.com. If you want to send an email, if you wanted to pop any pictures on there, or if you wanted to ask any questions, that's the place to be with an email. And Facebook is this one. So if you go to Sewing Street TV, apparently you go to you post to visitor posts, and then it'll appear on community, and that's where I am, which is a very long-winded way of going about it. But I'm glad you found me, because it's nice to have a chit chat on a Sunday morning, isn't it? Right, so you've gone again there. I will find you for the next hour. So this is the Henry Glass fabric. So that's the Violet's Garden on pink, which I used for the bag with the red, which looks really stunning. So that's that one. But the bundle will include 1/2 metre of this, and then 1/2 metre of the green background, 1/2 metre of the sprigs, 1/2 metre green background, 1/2 metre little rosebuds, 1/2 metre white background. So all of those for £43.99 with one postage all day, remember? That's what we do. I only pay one lot of postage. And the Turkish Delight was the bundle that the reds came from. So alongside the deep red, we've got violets. No, we don't. We have pinks and fuchsias and roses and peaches and pale pinks as well. 2.5 metres altogether for £16.99. And I think that is great value. Those little threads I've been cutting off are everywhere now, aren't they? Okay, in the next hour we're going to be doing some more sewing. We're getting a lot done today, aren't we? And I'm going to make it's called a letter rack, but I just might call it a craft room storage holder. I'll make it a little bit different. I'll see you again in a couple of minutes. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day, and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual. Always keep it to hand, because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433. Welcome back again, and thanks Debbie. She says she loves Sunday mornings, watching your demos, lovely fabrics, and of course joining me with the cuppa. I've had three, they keep going cold, but it's nice on a Sunday morning, isn't it? Morag's had to go, so I'll see you tomorrow, Morag. So hopefully he'll be back again soon. She's been out on call. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of vintage sewing. This is my half-yard vintage book, and there was a bit of a story behind this actually. The way that it works with me anyway, and Search Press, my publishers, sometimes they will come up with an idea for a book, and sometimes I come up with one, and sometimes we collaborate. And actually, when I first approached them, which was, it must be 10 years ago now, I was making some cushion covers in my spare time, and I said to Gary, my husband, photographer, can you take some pictures of this, because I might do a blog. And I was so pleased with the picture, I thought, I wonder if I could make a book and get the. I never thought in a million years that anyone was going to take me on as an author. So I approached Search Press after doing a bit of research and finding out that they were the biggest craft publishers in the world, so that helps. And they said, come on down, let's have a chat. Now, because of the way that we work, we've got all the pictures. I've done all the step-by-step instructions. We have some beautiful finished styled pictures and everything. And my editor said at the time, oh, you've done everything. We normally work together on books. All we need to do is put the page numbers on it. So that was book one, which is called Making Cushion Covers. With Half Yard Vintage, now Half Yard is a whole range, if I just go back again. My second book was called Half Yard Heaven, which was just lots and lots of projects made with less than half a yard of fabric. I wanted to call it initially less than half a metre, less than half a day. And they said, no, it's not catchy enough. And a lot of the books are sold in the States and they don't use meterage over there. They don't know what it is. So that was why Half Yard came about. And that was the first of, I think there are 8 in the Half Yard series at the moment. With Vintage, I was actually at a walkaway dress event at Ali Pali a few years ago, and the walkaway dress was Butterick's best ever selling dress. It's a 1959 dress, and we had a party, had a tea party, and everyone was wearing the walkaway dress, and my editor was there. So I said to her, oh, I love this kind of vintage feeling and the fabrics that have been used and everything. Oh, we could do a book full of vintage projects. So that's how this one came about. So if you made them in any other fabrics, you probably wouldn't find that they were vintage looking, so that's what I've chosen. But all of the fabrics are the kind of fabrics that were around my grandma's house and my auntie's house, all of those years ago. And things like doilies, I actually bought those from an auction site and used it as a flap. But we had lots, my mum used to do tatting, and there were tattered doilies and placemats and antimacassars and everything all over the place. So I've tried to use the same kind of feelings. Linens remind me of my grandma, linen tablecloths and linen napkins and things like that. I had a very posh grandma. Tea sets, but these are kind of just vintage inspired. So not based on any particular pattern from the 1950s or anything, just things that took me back in time a bit. Now, just like with any books, you've got the stitches that you're going to need, tools and techniques are all explained in there. And then I'm just using, again, you've got the doilies. I got a really good deal on those. So I've still got loads left, but vintage looking lace. But if you made that out of a pretty floral fabric, even the Henry Glass fabric from the previous dower, it wouldn't look vintage. So it's nice and versatile. Posy cone and jar wraps. The tray, oh actually there's a dressing table mat which was inspired by my auntie. So tissue box covers, that's what we're going to have a go at today, or maybe a variation on the letter holder. And wreaths. The dressing table mat. Now my auntie, see these, I'd actually bought those as well from an antique shop just for the shot. She used to have a clothes brush, a hairbrush, a comb, the little thing for, I think it was talcum powder actually, and a mirror, all with really intricate detail, and they sat on a dressing table. And when I was little, I used to play with them. And I used to think I was so grown up, you know, sitting in front of, and you know those mirrors that they used to have on dressing tables with wings at the side, so you could angle them, so you could see yourself from all angles. I remember sitting there and brushing my hair and just thinking I was so ladylike and so grown up. So I thought that's got to be included as well. That's that just took me back in time. But we've got a little peg bag, hanging hearts, an advent calendar. So, oh, there's a Christmas stock. I love the Christmas stocking. Should have brought that to show you, shouldn't I? That's the clutch made with the doily, so ever so simple. It's just the doily that makes it. That's the Christmas stocking, which I don't think is particularly Christmassy. So I actually have that hanging up in my sewing room all year round. Little cottages, that could be a draft excluder, put some weights in the bottom. Or you can make single ones as well, make them into Christmas decorations. Tea cosy. And a cake frill, make your own cake frill. That was something that we used to do. Little repair kit for you as well. So that's the idea. So that's kind of the story behind the book and how it came about and the kind of things you're going to find in there. With the heart letter rack, we've actually put some bundles of fabric together for you. So you can make similar, but in different colours. So this is the blue. So you've got your plain blue fabric, and then need to stand up for this one, don't I? Because it's huge again. And here we have, they are kind of fat quarters, but they're huge fat quarters. So you've got far too much for what you need. So you can either use all the same fabrics or you can mix and match them together. That's entirely up to you. This is 27.5 by 19.5 inches, so 70 by 50 centimetres. It's a huge piece of fabric, and this is exclusive to Sewing Street. So we've got a metre of the fabric in the blue, and then all of this for just £19.99. Doesn't come with the book, because some of you might have it already, or some of you might not want to use this fabric. So it comes separately for £19.99. So that's blues. We do have another colour option for you, which is this one. So I shan't open it all the way up because it takes an age to refold them. So same pattern, just different colour option for you here. And again for £19 and 99 pence. And then you've got that sagey green colour as well. But if you just love the fabrics and you don't want to make the letter holder, you don't have to. Just £19.99 is your price for those. So it's not a panel that's already kind of drawn out so you cut out the shape and you can't make anything else. That's just an awful lot of fabric for £19.99. Okay, I'm just going to refold this a bit neater, because we'd have to do it at some point anyway. So those are your two colour options. You can order a member on 0800 001 4433, or you can go to the website. Shall we do that one? To sewingstreet.com, and you can place your order that way too. Right, so I'm going to do a variation, and I'm going to use a little bit of H640 to stiffen it a bit as well. So let's do that. Have we still got? If you've got any questions, by the way, come and ask them. I'm quite open to queries and questions and sewing problems and things that you make, like, have you an idea why my thread slips out of the guide nearest the needle while I'm sewing? It doesn't make much difference with the stitching, but it doesn't feel right, says Pam. Oh, do you know, mine does that sometimes as well, and I've no idea why. I tell you what, Pam, I shall get in touch with Jane from Janome, unless you're watching Jane from Elna/Janome. I don't know why that happens. Have you got any messages? I shall endeavour to answer, but at least I'm quite honest if I don't know. It's studio@sewingstreet.com. It would be lovely to hear from you. Just come and say hello. What you're doing, what you're sewing, what do you want to, what you're stuck with, what are you looking for? I tell you what would be nice, if you've seen anything, maybe you've been on your travels, maybe you haven't been on your travels, not recently, maybe you have last year, and you'd seen something that you thought, oh, wish we could buy that in the UK. Because it happens, doesn't it? You go into a fabric shop abroad and you think, well, that's a good tool. Right, so this is the letter rack. And basically, you're going to need your contrasting fabrics. I've just decorated the back of this with a strip of fabric which I've frayed. And then the hearts have got flowers on. We'll do some flowers as well in a minute. And I'm going to need the glue gun for that, aren't I? So we can make up the flowers first of all. Now Janice should have been here today demonstrating this. She's not very well, so we're going to wish her all the best. And thank you, Janice, for making up some flowers for me, because she was going to be here demonstrating. So she's very kindly sent over all her prep, which is very nice of her. She's done these a little bit different to mine. Mine have got raggy edges. And Janice has made hers very neat. So let me show you how. This is loads of fun actually. They look really good because I use them on the wreath as well. If you're using things like burlap, hessian, hemp fabric works really well. Loosely woven linen, so you get a frayed effect. But Janice has made hers really neat. Right, you have a look at those for just a second while I just nip over here and help myself to a glue gun. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I'm going to. Well, it's on the show after all, isn't it? Put the glue in there. No, okay. Oh, we have got two glues in. At least I don't open the refills. I'm just going to use the glue gun. So let's open you up. You can use wet glue. You could use your Gutermann HT2, but it'll take a while to dry. But if you've got your fabric clips, you can just clip onto them. Don't get your glue on the fabric clips. Let me find something to catch the glue. I'm sure Bex won't mind me using her instructions. Can't use them again. Right, let's stick you in the back of there and leave you to heat up for a second. Don't fall off. Let's go in. Stay in. So what Janice has done is to actually sew these into a tube. So she's getting nice finished edges on these. I use my glue gun so often. If you're making wreaths or anything like that, absolutely invaluable. And it gives a really strong bond. If you're making, you know, those teacup pin cushions that you can make, where you make a fabric ball and put it inside the teacup, that holds the fabric to the teacup really well, and the teacup to the saucer for that matter as well. So I I do use my glue. I'm not getting my glue gun out because it's in my box down here, but it's absolutely covered in glue, so it's a little bit messy. So if you have a look on the website, we've got those prim turning tools. Have I got one here? We're still in transit, so half of our stuff is still at the old studio, which is why I couldn't find pins and stuff earlier. That's going to take an age. So what Janice has done is to roll those, to make a tube, so she's got nice neat edges. But let me show you how I would make one with a rough edge. And you can make them out of ribbon as well. So let's chop a bit of this. So selvage off, and I'm going to rip it so that I've got a raw edge that's fraying. So I don't normally like to rip fabric because it doesn't always rip in a straight line, but this time I want it to. So you can make some very elegant ones using satin ribbon. Nice wide ribbon would be perfect. Okay. Then we're going to roll. So I'm going to fold I'm going to take that selvage off. Fold the corner over. And then we start to roll it. And every so often, just a little bit of glue. Come on. There we go. Watch your fingers with this glue, it's very hot. And then we're going to fold it over. And then, whoops. Fold it over and then carry on rolling. And it's starting to look a little bit tatty. I want it to look like that. Fold it over and carry on rolling. And you can start to see petals appearing. Fold over, rolling. So sometimes you'll get, let me do that again. That's a little bit too long. Sometimes you'll get a raw edge, and sometimes you get a fold. But I think that gives it that really shabby chic kind of look. So you can start to see the centre forming there. Again, fold it over. And then it looks like the petals are rolling back. Fold over. And the more you wind, the more floral it'll start to look. A little bit of glue again, just to hold it in place. Fold it over, roll it. And they're quite fun to do, and oops, when you don't drop them. And you'll find the more you make, they're all kind of unique. You never get two to look exactly the same. And you can just carry on rolling and make that as big as you want it to be. So obviously I'm only using one piece of fabric, so my fabric's going to be longer than the neat rolled up flowers that Janice made. But you just keep going until you get it to the size that you want. And again, you can use ribbon, you can use strips of any kind of woven fabric, really. Just a little bit of glue again. Just keep going. And you can even fray the edges of this a lot, so you get a really shabby chic kind of look. So that's actually taken quite a lot. I think that's about it. So then that I would snip off the end to make it flat. And I'm going to push some glue inside here to keep it all together. Let's cut the end off here as well and fold that back. And then I'd have all of those made up so that when I finish I can just decide where I'm going to position them. If you want to make some leaves and things to go with them, then that would look rather nice as well. That's entirely up to you. You do what you like with them. Christine sent a message in. Hi Christine. She was saying about, just trying to unplug that, the boho bag. Oh, seam allowance on the lining slightly larger, so it's wider. So basically it means that the lining of your bag is only maybe a couple of stitches width, so just a little tiny amount. Not so much that you're making the lining too small so the top won't meet. It still will, but it just means that the lining sits perfectly. Because when you think about it, the lining is exactly the same size as the outer bag in most bag patterns, but it will be smaller when it's inside. Does that make sense? So if you just make it that little bit smaller, it sits neater. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't, because it's the lining and you don't see it. But it does help. But so yeah, seam allowance larger on the lining. Right, so let's make this thing up. So I'm going to use that as my backing fabric because I just want to use lots of print. So let's pop instructions there. I'm not going by the sizes in the book because I'm going to make it a bit different. Because I can. So I'm going to have, what should I use? Let's go for the plainer one of the four as the background. So let's cut this out first. In fact, no, let's just cut it to size. It was like making the bed. There. I used the iron on it earlier, I've got glue on it now. I'm going to get a bill for a new cutting mat, I think. We'll do it this way. So I'm making it up as I go. Let's cut this panel here. You're getting far too much fabric here, by the way. I'll cut the top straight. So you'll be able to make something matching, maybe a matching pin cushion if this is going to be in your sewing room. Let's have it there. By that length, so I think we're going to be maybe a little bit smaller. So let's cut that down here. And across the bottom. So that's the background. Then I'm going to use part of this one for the panel down the middle. That's going to be the frayed bit. So I can tear this one again. We'll see how easy it frays. That's the sound I don't like. Love the sound of scissors, don't like the sound of tearing. But we need to for this. Because we want it to fray. Okay. So that's going to sit over the top of there, and let's just pull some of this out. I love doing this. It reminds me of the 1970s when we used to do it to the bottom of your jeans. I'd sit for ages at Girls' Brigade, fraying the bottom of my jeans. Right. While everybody else is making baskets out of wicker. Right, I don't really think you want to sit and watch me fraying fabric, even though it's really satisfying. I do enjoy it. If you have a pin to hand, if it's not going to fray straight away, then just stick that into the thread and pull it up a little bit. But this is shabby chic. It doesn't matter if it's if you pull the threads, if it gathers up. It's supposed to look like that. So I'd do about 1/2 inch, I think, all the way around for that one. A nice thing is you can add ribbons. If you've got a little bit of vintage lace, maybe, you could put some buttons on there. I've got a whole box full of abalone buttons that I inherited from my mum. She was a collector of everything as well, particularly anything sewing related. She had a tin box. My mum was a real fan of the royals, so she was there at the Queen's coronation. And everybody got dressed up, and I think she waited for hours and hours and hours to see the Queen. And all of the people right at the front where she was, in Pall Mall, were given a tin of Cadbury's Dairy Milk with Cadbury Dairy Milk chocolate in it. and it's like a limited coronation edition of it. So obviously the chocolate went, but she kept the tin and the wrapper of the chocolate, and it ended up as a button box. So I've actually inherited the most amazing little box, but it was full of abalone buttons. There you go, there's a story. Right, we need a little bit of 505 on this one. I'm not going to spray onto the frayed bits. I am going to spray onto the back, something down here, bear with me, because I just want to be away from that sewing machine as I'm spraying. We need tables back here of this kind of height, not this kind of height. I'm just, putting my requests in. That's first day in the new studio for me today. So I do have questions, requests. So that goes down there. Okay, demands. Give me a table down here, for goodness sake. I can't work out whether that's on the fabric or on the cutting mat. It's on the cutting mat. Then we're going to put another piece of fabric down the middle of that, just because it looks nice. And normally I'd fray that as well. And at this point, if I had got any buttons or anything like that, you could pop those on. Or no, strips of ribbon at this point. So this one's going to be a little bit shorter and a little bit narrower. I'm going to be fraying this for ages after the end of the show. Quite satisfying. So that's that. So that can go down the centre there. The colours look so nice on this, don't they? Let's just pull a little bit off so we get a bit of an effect. Okay, down to the cellar. And that can go there. So just make sure that's central. See a strip of lace down there would be nice, wouldn't it? And then let's make the heart pockets. There is a template in the back of the book for your heart, so trace that off. Let's do it in that one. Otherwise, you can cut them out freehand, or I can show you how to make a heart. I need to find a circle and a pen. So while I'm doing that, have a look at a bag that Dawn sent in. Oh, is that from my backpacks book? Amazing. I love it when you send pictures in like that. Thank you. Very nice fabric too. Is it cobwebs? I can't see properly from it. Is it cobwebs? That's amazing. Cobwebs with spiders on, apparently. Just looks grey and spotty to me. This studio is so big that the monitors are about a mile away, so everything's a little bit fuzzy. So to draw, you can make your heart template on paper first if you like, but here's an easy way to draw a heart. So this is on fold, so if you're drawing this as a paper template, your paper would be on fold there. And then take your circle template. This measures about 4.5 inches across, and you're going to overlap the circle to the edge there. And have a play with different shapes and sizes as well, because you can create some very long Scandinavian kind of shaped hearts or some short fat ones. Then we're going to draw a line from the side here, we'll have short fat ones for this one, to there. And then we'll cut it out. Again, when you've done this in paper, you can make sure that the heart is the size and the shape that you want it to be. But there is the template in the back of the book. So there you've got a perfect little heart. So I actually need, I'm just going to do 2 on here, because actually that's not a little heart, it's a rather large one for this one. So that can go there. And we'll need another one. Should we do that fabric? So let's pop that in half here. And I'm going to use that one as a template. Then I'll need 2 lining pieces for this as well. There we go. Hi Sarah. Sarah Bolam's messaged in. She says, morning Debbie. loving the show, and she's doing the work of 2 people today. Oh, the work of 3 people, gardening, sewing and watching as well. And she can't wait to come into the new studio. Hopefully they've taken the padlock off by the time you get here. I honestly thought that either somebody's playing a trick on me this morning, or they've changed their mind, they don't like this new studio, they've gone back to the old one and just forgot to tell me. Because that kind of thing could happen. Or I'm hearing they didn't want any riffraff coming in. So 2 lining pieces made out of this. You will be a lot more careful with your fabric at home. There we go. And I'm going to use some H640 to make it a little bit stiffer. You could use Bosal if you've got it, or if you've got some heavy interfacing would work as well, just to make it nice and stiff, which I don't think I did in the book. I'll have a look in a minute. I don't think I did. The thing is, products change so quickly. When I wrote this book, there was no such thing as Bosal that I knew of. It's probably in America, but I had no idea. Never heard of it before. Okay, well that's a pin on there, look. So we'll make these pockets up. So right sides together, 1 piece with the lining. And I'm going to sew all the way around, but leave a turning gap. In the straight side, you'll find it easier or neater if you leave the hole on a straight side. Oh, Julia's made an Elizabeth bag. She sent a picture in. Oh, I like that. What gorgeous fabric. Is that a Tilda? Very nice, thank you. Love it when you send pictures in. Right, let's sew around the edge. So, little gap in the side there. Let's keep going. When you come to the point of the heart, can you see there? I've got all of that in the way, haven't I? When you come down to the point, little tip, stop with the needle down, stitch straight across by a couple of stitches, and then carry on. And I don't know how it works, but it just makes that little V shape more pointy when you turn it the right side out. So try and keep these curves nice and smooth, because if you get a bit of a wobble going on there, you're going to see it. And stop with the needle down. There's my turning gap. Let's do the second one. So right sides together. And so some back stitching just where the turning gap is, so that I'm not going to rip the stitches when I turn it the right side out. Have I caught that? Come out. Nice and smooth around the curves. Into the point, stop, needle down, turn around, 1, 2 stitches going over that way and back round again. Oh, I missed the lining there. And I'm just using 1/4 of an inch or thereabouts seam allowance. Down into the point, stop with the needle down, a couple of more stitches, and back down the final side. So let's snip off the point. Just make sure I caught all of that. I didn't look. Do that bit again. Didn't quite catch the lining, so I'm going to go a little bit further in there. Line and twist it just a little bit, and then where the point of the heart is, I'm going to snip into the point, close up to the stitches but not right through them. So do the same on this side, cut into the point, cut off the point, and then we'll turn it all the right side out. And then we'll iron it. And then we'll have looking for something to push points out with, like the Hera tool, which in the other studio I know exactly where it was. You know when you move house and you knew exactly what drawer those keys were in the previous house, but you've no idea where. It's a bit like that. We've still got boxes of stuff everywhere. We're not very good at unpacking, I don't think. Mind you, considering we've got such a big studio, there's not much storage space, is there? We do have a kitchen. I don't know why. In fact, we've got 2 kitchens in the office. We've got one with a kettle in it and a coffee machine. No plug sockets. Oh, thank you. So I can push out the points now with the stiletto. There. And you see what I mean about the V shape in the centre of the heart? There you go. It looks more pointy somehow when you sew straight across. And I'm going to iron that so I can iron those side bits inside as well. So that's, I'm still here. With an iron, I'll do a little one. With an ironing mat. Don't need that. I'm going to request a nice clean mat as well at some point. I am entirely blaming John for this because he's not here and we can. Sorry, John. I used to blame you when you were here anyway. No, I think that might have been me. Was that when I was demoing how sticky something was when we had the applique mats? So that was a how not to kind of demo. Well, it must have worked. We're still out of stock of those, aren't we? Right, so I'm just folding the edges of the heart and press. Then we can arrange. So do I need to sew that down or will that hold it? I'm going to sew around the edge of here just to hold all that together, but I'm going to put some H640 on the back of it first. So I'm sewing through it. So that there, that there. So if you've not used this before, it's about the same thickness as that Bosal foam, but it's a lot softer. Again, it's got knobbly bits on the one side, which is glue, and a lot of these type of fleeces I find don't like steam because they don't tend to come with instructions and they wrinkle a lot if you do use steam. This is Valiseline H640. It loves steam, and in fact the more the better. So as hot an iron as your fabric will take, and give it a good old blast of steam. Don't iron over the fleece because you get glue on your iron. And down here. So just trim this back and then I'll iron right up to the edge. So then let's arrange the pockets. I am going to sew around the top of the pocket and I'll explain why. I think that's quite nice. Do be aware that when you're, let's do them separate. If you're overlapping them like I do in the one in the book, if I sew all the way around here, I'm not going to be able to get very much in this pocket. So I didn't. So I arranged where I was going to put them and then top stitch around here, just through there. And then when it's sewn on, just sew from here. So I can still put stuff in, but I'm not impeding upon the pocket beneath. But if I'm only doing 2 pockets, I can do them like that, can't I? And in fact I don't really need to sew around that because the pockets will hold it in place as well. So I'm not going to. Right, that's that then. So I'm going to fold the tops of these over by, let's say, 2 inches and crease, and then I'm going to top stitch from one side to the other of the heart there. So here we go. If you've got a lock stitch on your machine, just use that at this point. So round you go, into the point, needle down. You could put some fabric stiffener on the back of these, interfacing. You could have put fleece on there as well to make them a little bit firmer. There's my crease line. So sew up to there and snip. And snip those off, and then we'll do the same with this one. So again, fold over by a couple of inches, give it a squish to crease it, and then top stitch. Down to the point, needle down, pivot around, and away we go. And back to that crease. And snip. And then with these, I'll pop some pins in there. Make sure you keep them away from the seam allowance. So I'm going to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around, so just keep that in a little bit. They can go on there. And then I'm going to sew from that stitch line all the way through, all the fabrics all the way through to that stitch line. So the top's open, but I'll be sewing from there. So if you're using a contrasting thread which stands out, it'll look like you've just sewn it all the way around the outside of the heart, is the idea there. So back over here. So starting at the same spot that I finished the top stitching, we'll just sew all the way around the hem, and this is closing that opening as I'm sewing over it as well. And reinforce the stitches, so back stitch when you get to the join. Always do that on a top seam like this anyway, but these are top of pockets, so we want to make sure that they're not going to come undone. So snip away. Oh, oh. Just run out of thread an inch before the edge. Bear with me. Just wind the bobbin very quickly. Where did I put that? There it is. Whoops. We could do the bank of these, couldn't we? So I've just dropped my thread. Right. My foot pedal has disappeared so far under this shelf, I'm going to be limboing in a minute to get it back out again. That'll do. There we go. Right, come off. That goes there. Right, now we can carry it. I was only about an inch short, so thankfully I hadn't gone too far before I realised I got no thread. Sounds different, doesn't it, when you run out of thread? So it's just there. And then the same around the top pocket. I'm loving all these colours mixed together. So if you are making a vintage kind of looking one or a shabby chic one, I may get some lace and make a frill all the way around the edge of the heart. I think that would look quite vintage. Okay, up to where I started, back stitch. So pockets are on. Then, so we have that. So there are my two pockets. Oops. You could put a little fastening there if you wanted to, depending what you're holding in there. Don't have the pockets with too much of a jaunt handle because things will just fall out. Then we're going to put some ribbons on here. Have we got some ribbon to match so we can hang it up? Or maybe I'll make some out of this same fabric. We're all right for loads of time. Loads of time. That will do. Cut across there, cut across there. So those are about, what, 2¼ inches. So let's fold to the centre crease, fold to the centre crease, fold to the centre crease, fold in half crease. Same with this one. It's a nice thing with this fabric, it does crease, which is a good thing for a quilting cotton, not so much for dressmaking. And then I'm going to sew down both sides. So I've got 2 little ribbons to hang it up. Now if you don't have a hanging bar, do they call them? Then you could put a bit of Velcro on the back of one of these so you can slip it over a coat hanger. That'd be a great way actually to hang it up on the back of the door as well. Or on the back of a chair maybe. Oh, that's just come undone. And I'm sewing down both sides because it looks nice to sew down both sides. It's not necessary, but it makes it nice and even. Okay, so these are going to go facing downwards, evenly from each side. So I'm just using the markings on the mat to gauge those. And then we'll sew straight across the end in the seam allowance to hold those in place. Oops. Then we'll need to cut some backing fabric. So I'm just going to use that green again, so I'm not wasting my pattern fabric on the back, and use this as a template to cut some. I've got loads of this left if you're going for this bundle. Let's take that off there. I think the one in my book is a little bit bigger than this one, but just wanted to show you a variation, see how easy it is. So we'll trim this back down to the same size. You could put some bias binding. You've got loads of fabric actually, so you could put some nice bias binding around it if you make it from the pattern fabric. That'd look good. But we're going to bag this one out because it's a little bit quicker. So, right sides together. So all the way around, I'm going to leave a turning gap in the bottom of one side for this one. I think will be nicely out of the way. Here we go. So again, I'm just using the edge of my foot as a seam allowance guide, which is around about 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit more. Make sure those straps are tucked in. Into the corner, needle down, pivot around and sew. So that's sewn over the straps. Remember, they've got to be pointing downwards and out of the way. You must remember to leave that turning gap. So I'll leave it quite near the bottom, I think. It can be there. Needle down, pivot around. There we go, and then we'll need to snip off those corners again to make the corners nice and pointy. Turn this right side out. With that, it's rolling off the table. Are we on a hill here? I seem to be losing things. So push that all through. Push out the corners, and then I'm going to top stitch all the way around. And then you can have some fun. We need to put the roses on, but if you've got any other elements that you want to add, so it could be, I think I put some strings of beads, some pearl beads on mine, or if you wanted to add some bows. This isn't going to go in the washing machine, so you can glue on what you like. You can glue some buttons on if you don't want to sew in, and just really decorate it. So, is that all the corners? Yes. Let's give it a press. That, and as before, when I come to the opening, I'm just going to fold the edges in, and then when I top stitch, it'll go straight over the top of that, and you won't even know where it was. Right, so let's lengthen that stitch, and we'll sew. So that's the opening, just want to make sure I close over that. And that's that gone. Machine's not struggling at all with this. We've got quite a few layers of fabric going through here now. Down into that corner. Straight across those two loops. And to keep that seam right on the top. Didn't think I'd finish this in the show, you know. I thought it was going to take quite a while for this one, so quite pleased we managed to get it done. Oh, and I'm just going to peel that frayed bit back a bit. I don't want to sew over the top of it. Out the way. Okay, then we can put the roses on. So that's how we're looking. Just plugging the glue gun in again. Bear with me a second. Oh, that's not the glue gun. Don't know what that is. It's a phone charger. Oh, it's a light panel charger. Right, and I need some more glue in there. These heat up really quickly as well. Do put something underneath your glue gun, preferably something that you don't need, because they do tend to drip a little bit. And then the roses that Janice has very kindly made, I'm going to put on there. So let's have the ones that stand out more. That's nice. So come on, come on, come on. Coming through. So I should have left it heated up, but so they do tend to drizzle a little bit, so we'll just bear with it a second. I'll cut some ribbon up while we're there, actually, and tear it a little bit, I think, because it adds to the look. The left to right. That's how I remember whether I'm going across or up and down. So the grain that goes up and down is the warp, and the one that goes from side to side is the weft. And the way to remember it is because the side to side one goes weft to right. That's what I do. There, just adds a little something, doesn't it? Make them look like rosettes with the ribbons coming out. We'll do that. Are we ready? Come on, come on, come on. Yes. So let's pop those down first. And then these can go on top. A nice big squidge of glue. And then you can spend ages just picking away these little cobweb-like bits of glue, because that's really satisfying. It doesn't take very long to dry either. And then we're just going to have 2 on here. And I'm only gluing them to the pocket so I can still get inside there. So easier to glue than it is to sew, but you could hand sew those on if you preferred. There, that's nice, isn't it? Just unstick that. So all I need there is something to hang that on. And then I've got something again in my craft room that I can store maybe paper patterns and little bits and bobs and things on. And just hang it at the back of the door, or hang it on the wall. Hang it wherever you like. So that was quite easy, wasn't it? But it's really pretty. And that's another little gift idea for you as well. Something that a beginner sewer could easily make very, very quickly. And find really useful as well. Do you know what I would have done? Maybe sewn a little bit further up around there to make that pocket. I'm going to do that. Stop flopping forward quite so much. So you can still get in it, but I think it might need that. That's better. Could do that with the top one as well. I don't think that really needs it. So that's that. That is finished. That was really quick and very simple, and something that you can make very, very personal. The one that I made in the book was all in blacks and creams, so that had a very rich look, and it had dangly little beads on there and everything as well. Charlotte, now then, I've cut that up now, haven't I? So I'll show you what you could have bought if I hadn't have cut into it, and then we've got another option for you too. And I need to check if you're there, because I haven't checked in for a while. So who have we got? Bigger square pockets for kids would be a great idea, Bonnie. What's a lock stitch? A lock stitch looks like a target, so a circle with a dot in the middle on your machine, and instead of reversing backwards it puts little stitches on top of each other so you don't get a back stitch. So particularly if you're using decorative stitches, it's not going to spoil them. Oh, Morag's back. Oh, that was a quick one. Hopefully everything's all right. She gets called out all the time. A baby organiser is a lovely idea. Bonnie says, Vicky was saying in the week Debbie is going to live dressing the studio with her bags, etc. Put your orders in for equipment storage. Did she? I could fill probably 3 of these sets with the bags that I've got at home. I call it insulation. So these are the colours that I've been using. Obviously yours won't be chopped into like I've chopped into this one. So there's the sagey colour green in the background. You've got a metre of that. You don't need a metre. I don't know why they put the metre in there. Could have easily put half a metre in, but they put a metre in, so that's fine. So you get loads left over, so that's that one. And then these huge 4 panels, and I love these colours, they look really pretty. So they all coordinate, and it's kind of a floral and leaf kind of themed panel, and they are really big. All of that for £19.99. I'm sure those are £19.99 on their own. Exclusive to Sewing Street as well. You can't go out shopping for these anywhere else. They are designed in-house by Tom and printed in the UK. So that's that one. The second colour we have is Fruit Punch. So you've got the royal blue, a metre of that one, and then these are your prints. So the same print, different colour. Similar print, different colour. Like tulips. And then the peachy colour and the rich colours of the reds, and then with blues as well, but they go really well together, don't they? This is 70 centimetres by 50 centimetres, so the panel is absolutely huge. Far too much for what you need. We are so generous. We're just about out of time now. If you're ordering anything online, please check out Every Baskets. Let me give you a quick reminder. It's sewingstreet.com. Shall I have a look what's coming up tomorrow? I'm going to be back in the morning. So we have Halloween with Yvonne at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're stitching embroidery art by Amy Ray. We've got a book launch. Fantastic. Love a book launch. And then we have Sashiko Table Centre with Yvonne again at 10 o'clock in the morning. And at 11 o'clock, there's a repeat of Debbie Shaw's Books, Kits and Everything, which was the 8 o'clock show from this morning. But I'll see you again in the morning. Just checking I'm up to date with everybody because I don't know. Oh, hi, Glenys. She's watching. She says, enjoy your day. I will do. Thank you very much. I've got a busy day ahead of me when I get home. Sharon's been busy with bags. Oh, that's not. I love working with denim. Different shades of denim just works really, really well. Debbie, I'm back on Sewing Street tomorrow. And I'm in again on Friday. Oh, hi, Connie. Oh, I saw your picture of some of the projects. They look beautiful. You've been doing the sew along as well, haven't you? Oh, okay, sorry. Right. Lovely to have your company today. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Go and sit in the sunshine and have a cup of tea if it's nice where you are. I hope you've enjoyed this morning. I shall be back again bright and early at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So hopefully you'll be able to join me there. Bye-bye.